I'll take it.
We are live.
Welcome to The Breakdown with Brodkorb and Becky, a weekly podcast that breaks down politics, policy, and current affairs. I'm Becky Scher,
And I'm Michael Brodkorb.
and we are pleased to be live streaming tonight on one of our favorite days, Election Day. We are just 30 minutes away from polls closing here in Minnesota, and while it may be a while until we fully know the results for a variety of races, we are here to get into what we know when we know it. We are excited to be joined by some of our favorite guests throughout the night to help us break down exit polls, results, and the good, bad, and ugly that often comes with election day. And we are starting out with Senator Michelle Benson. Senator, thank you so much for joining us today.
Glad to be here. There's an election party just down the hall, so I'm in a back room with bad lighting, but I wanted to start the night here and then continue celebrating whatever happens. As I said earlier, it's a night for celebrating. Either you get to do the thing you worked so hard on, or you get to go back to the life you had before campaigning started. So
And
The
Senator,
best
it
way to
looks
look
like,
at it.
and Senator, looks like you're an undecided voter with that shirt on. It's nice
I
to know
am.
that
I'm
you were.
sorry.
It's so great to always
I
speak to
love
an
it.
undecided voter.
A dear friend running for Andover City Council. I suppose the polls are still open, so technically, if anybody in Andover is watching, go to the polls, go vote.
There you go.
It's the guest prerogative to plug their candidate on air. So it's the
There you
guest
go.
prerogative.
Absolutely, especially when you're sacrificing a fun party to sit here with us for a little bit of time. So we're appreciative that you're willing to do it, whether the lighting is good or bad. You always look wonderful, and we're so pleased to have you with us.
It's going to be a good night. I mean, this is really unique um, that we get to participate in choosing whether you think it's from the lesser of two evils or you think your candidate's the best person that ever walked the face of the earth. You get to participate and make that choice, and this is a good night.
Quick question for you. Do either of you, and I'm throwing this out, I know, Senator, you have a little bit of limited time, but I just wanted to say at the onset, do you guys have any election day superstitions that you've kind of done over the years, things you do on election day, aside from vote, obviously, but is there some like thing you just do out of habit?
Not on my end. It's been a lot of election days that have been in the thick of campaigning and, barely having time to eat or find some caffeine. Although I think the caffeine is always there. Eating is a little bit more minimal, but you always find the caffeine. We are definitely heavily caffeinated today. But no real superstitions for me. What about you, Senator?
Not so much superstitions, but when my name was on the ballot, I would go drive and put lit in newspaper boxes until the lit was done. Like that whole leave it all on the field
Yep.
was in my head, which is silly because, you're on the last day, all of this, but it kept me from just laying in bed with nerves and it, you know, got the lit out that you'd paid for. So not really a tradition, just a little bit of anxiety. So
I find
What about you,
election
Michael?
day. I find election day is a day of just nervous energy. I worked on my first race in '96. I don't know if Becky you were born yet. And it was I was just an absolute stress ball. I worked on Boschwitz's U.S. Senate race in '96 when he tried to win back his seat from Senator Wellstone. They called the race at 8:01, and I was just in an absolute panic, just a ball of stress the whole day, and then it was over. And so after then, I've kind of tried to have much more of a casual day on election day, just checking in when I was much more concerned about the results when I was working on campaigns, maybe just kind of being in the office, kind of hunker down in bunker mode. Is kind of what I like to do on election day. So I can't imagine what, I mean, I would, if my name was on the ballot, I'd be a wreck.
Yeah,
and when you
that's a
get
whole nother level.
when you get to the last day, you've either done everything that you can. I mean, there are things you can do. Go wave signs. It burns some energy. It gets
Yep.
you out with people who commiserate with you. Plan to have, breakfast with somebody after you've done the sign waving, and then just kind of spend the day distracting yourself. Would be the advice that you do on election day. Don't bother to door knock. People are already sick of you. Um, so that would be
Absolutely.
my advice for election day.
So Becky, I'm going to run the technical side. You drive things and come to me when you need me to talk, or let me know what I can do to help. But I'm just going to stay out of the way as much as I can and drive things. But you lead the show.
All right. Well, I apologize if right now you're getting a real parenting moment as it is my son's bedtime and I'm not up there. So he's crying upstairs right now. Sorry if you can hear that a little bit. But hey, it's going to be a freewheeling episode here. We're excited to have guests in. We're going to be getting results as they come in real time. And let's just kind of run through what's at stake. And Senator, I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit. Yesterday on Monday's episode, Michael and I went through some of our predictions across the map. Curious where you think things are going to fall. Obviously, we will find out some tonight, some in a couple of days, but there's a lot at stake at the state legislature, determining whether single party control is going to continue with Republicans. There's the special in 45 and potentially taking back the House. Now, you, I know, still have a lot of friends up at the legislature. You have friends who are candidates this time around. Any insight of what you can see, or just kind of vibes from the ground of where you think things will land in either the special in 45 or in the Minnesota House?
And I think the special in 45 is going to be really tough because they came in really hard with abortion and Donald Trump against Kathleen Folk, who's just killing herself, getting to doors, leaving it all on the field. She's done just a great job, but some pretty strong headwinds there. I'll tell you, the Minnesota Senate Republican team that was out there did absolutely everything they could, and high energy, even, going into the weekend, this past weekend. I think the House does sit in Republican hands. I don't know what the margin will be, but I think the House is going to be in Republican hands, which is going to be good for Minnesota. You're not going to get the reforms that we probably need and Republicans would have worked on, but you're going to get things slowed down, and there's going to have to be some balance brought back in.
I tend to agree. I think that the single party control did a lot over the last 2 years, and I think Minnesotans like to bring some balance back when they see things tipping one side, one way or another. And I'm really hopeful. I know the teams both in the 45 and in the House have been working really tirelessly. I mean, and on both sides of the aisle, obviously. I think there's been extreme efforts in some of those battleground districts, and some that I think that we will see results sooner than later. There's obviously some in greater Minnesota, especially northern Minnesota, that tend to be a little slower coming in with the results. So yet to be determined whether we'll know who holds control tonight. But we're certainly excited. And then
I'll be starting at 8:00. I'm just going to hit refresh on the Secretary of State's website. That's my election night tradition. And then on my phone, I'll have the Wall Street Journal Twitter app, because they'll announce states. And so I feel like those two places are where I'll be drawing my information.
I will join you on that. We had the benefit of interviewing Secretary of State Steve Simon either end of last year or earlier this year, and I got to nerd out a little bit because I can't imagine what goes into it from their side of things. And it's one of those jobs that always gets a lot of flack when there's issues and things go wrong. And but I cannot imagine the counting of millions and millions of ballots and all of the races up and down the ballot. Obviously, there's judicial and school board and city council and county commissioner and state legislature, Congress and state Senate and president. I mean, it just boggles my mind what actually goes into that. But I am with you. I am a prolific refresher. I usually have, I'll have tonight have probably 7 or 8 House districts up on mine. I'll have Senate District 45 up on mine. Constantly hitting that refresh button, and man, can't come soon enough.
And we've heard, go ahead, Michael.
No, go ahead, Senator.
I was going to say, we saw some, on Twitter through the course of the day, there were some places where it appeared machines were having issues. I know in Lakeville, there was a machine having issue, and I loved what the city of Lakeville did to communicate how they were going to handle it. They were upfront, transparent. So as we're paying attention, you were talking about Secretary Simon and how complicated this is. Those local election officials to dealing with something that glitches out, and how are they going to communicate and protect that ballot integrity so that we don't have conspiracy theories and rumors and all of that bogging us down. And so I think tonight, those local election officials, those election judges who were checking signatures on absentee ballots all day, I think they're really deserve a thank you tonight.
Absolutely. And good shout out there to Mayor Luke Hellier in Lakeville, who running a
Absolutely.
tight ship. Michael, you.
Just in the interest of disclosure, Luke and I are not related, but we could both. We are. If you have a family
You
reunion,
wish you were. I mean, Luke's a
No,
great guy.
but we are, because I could go to a. So we're. I mean, my definition of being related is if I show up to a family reunion, would you be there? And so Luke and I technically are related. We could go to a family reunion together and be there. But he's a good guy, and I'm glad. Have you guys heard overall? What's your take on just locally here in this state? Have you heard any concerns about election? Just concerns with the election, how it's being run. Just offer perspectives to just from what you've heard anecdotally, or what just your kind of general feel of how we're looking coming into election day.
I have not. It's something I often pay attention to. I feel like my Twitter feed is pretty readily cultivated by the folks that would be talking about that. If there are any issues that are popping up, issues with voter machines, issues with the website, things that, in years past, I have seen more of on Twitter. I have not seen much this year. I think that is a good thing. I'm hopeful that is true, and there hasn't been any issues. But I do feel like it's something that usually would come across my feed, and then I'm pleased to say I haven't seen anything.
And I haven't seen through the course of the day, had a little bit of a busy day today, but let's give things an opportunity to ripen before we claim election integrity victory. And I'm not saying look for conspiracy theories, but as we have election judges counting absentee ballots or mismatches in tape counts, there's always some glitch. Is there a normal glitch, or is there something that has to be litigated? There are more attorneys out at precincts and polling locations than probably ever before. And so we might hear some static, but is it outside of a normal range of static would be what we need to look for.
One thing that I want to touch on a little bit before polls close here is early voting. This is something that for years Democrats have really been big at pushing, and something that this year Republicans really kind of got behind and were supporting early voting as well. As of yesterday, almost 250,000 more early voters submitted their ballots than in 2016. And as of yesterday, it was 920,000 absentee ballots had been accepted by the Secretary of State. So just shy of 1 million, which, when it comes to the 3.7 registered voters in Minnesota, is substantial. And I think that that's something I am a big advocate of voting, whether you vote early in person by absentee, or I personally like in person on the day of. But encouraging people to vote and having different ways for people to vote is something that I'm a big advocate for, especially as a young mom. I'm lucky to have a village that I have support if I need to do that when my child is around, but not everybody is as lucky. And so kudos to both parties for supporting early voting. Senator Benson, are you an early voter or day of voter?
I was always a day of voter because I think it's so special. Like, take my daughter, we're going to go, we're going to do this. Or when my boys were little, take my boys, go before school. This year, I early voted because I wanted to be able to make the video that said, go vote.
That's great.
First of all, so I might go back to day of once we've got this pattern, but it's so helpful to candidates to know they've got votes in the can, or it's you not being bothered by all the things that are coming at you. And so I hope we normalize, still do some election day voting. I'd like us to see in Minnesota compress things down, because I think races really mature in the last 2 weeks, and bad stuff that's going to comes out in the last 2 weeks. But I do like, especially the early in-person, where you fill out your ballot at your city hall and it goes right into the Scantron machine. I really like that about Minnesota voting.
And Michael, you voted early. I know you typically like to be a day of voter as well, but you also voted early. Tell us about your decision to do that.
Yeah, I did. I usually, so let me start over. Let me just start from the beginning. When I first started voting and I was doing more campaigning on election day, I was generally an absentee voter. I would vote absentee because I was going to be busy on the day of the election, and I just wanted to make sure it was out of the way. Then, as I got older, I started voting on the day of, and I've been a very consistent day of voter. This year, I voted early. It was slick. It was easy. And part of the reason I did it because I do think there has been some concern about people voting early, and I want to ensure that the process was fair and people could do it. And I was an advocate for people voting early, voting on election day, and just having some faith in the process. But I did vote early, and I'm glad I did. It was a half hour some wait, but I was excited to do it. And and it was exciting to do. Very slick, very easy. Tracked my ballot and was excited to do it. I'll probably pivot, as Senator Benson said. Sometimes I'll vote on election day. Sometimes I'll go back, but I do think it's a reliable system, and I feel good so far about how it went. The polls close here in 10 minutes. Hopefully, my ballot is counted. I have every reason to think it will be.
You haven't
We'll go from
checked?
there. Yeah, I mean, I did check. I mean, I did check. Yeah.
No, I think it's great that they have the checks and balances allowed for that, for folks to make sure their ballot is checked. But just wanted to make a plug there. I love the ability to do either. I have worked on campaigns where I've been traveling around the state and have not had the ability to get to my polling location day of. I will say my cute little story of my first big campaign I worked on was Tom Emmer's gubernatorial campaign in 2010. Shout out Jeff Kolb. I hope you're listening and heard me say gubernatorial because I know you hate that word. But I was working on his governor's race and I did get to go vote. We had done, I
Great.
think it was a 16 or 17, 17, 25. We did 17 stops in 17 cities in 25 hours. Senator Benson, I know that was a big year for you as well in 2010.
I was at one of those stops. You guys were amazing.
I
2:00
figured.
in the morning. Yeah.
And so, amazing. And I was at the home base at our headquarters, but we were up, I mean, all hours of the night. I was so exhausted in the morning and went to vote right as the polls opened so that I could go actually take a quick 2-hour nap before hitting the campaign trail again. And young 23, 24-year-old on the campaign trail at that time, come out of the polling booth just sobbing. When you're casting your ballot for somebody you've actually worked so hard for, I can imagine you feel the same when you're doing the same, voting for your friends, and you're just so passionate about it. I love voting. I'm a nerd. I think we all are, but I think it's just a really cool thing to do in general. But when you have played a little bit of a role or have an extra stake in it, it really means a lot.
Yep.
And it's beyond the love of the person or the process. At that point, you're so exhausted that anything makes you just weep or get silly giddy. I would encourage folks, if you're listening to this, you're probably already political. Seeing your name on the ballot is a big deal, whether it's a park board or a water conservation district. Do it. And if you have young kids, take them with you. Or if you have a friend like I do who's on the ballot, take your kids in and let them see the name of somebody they know. This next generation, having raised my boys through some of this, raised my daughter through some of this, and talking with their friends, you walk in and like, you mean you're a, whatever. People need to know that their senator, their representative is a normal person who will walk into the high school or walk into the grocery store. So if you've got a friend on the ballot, take your kids, make sure that they see your friend's name.
So you're saying you're normal?
Well, I'm working on getting back there. I will tell you though, having an election certificate and thinking you're going to sneak into Cub Foods at 7:30 in the morning in a ponytail and sweatpants never works. Yes. Never.
do like you saying that, though. Sorry to interrupt, Michael. I just wanted to tell one quick story. Is one of my girlfriends who has worked in politics with me over the years has a 3, almost 4-year-old, and she sent a picture of her daughter from their polling place this morning. She went to vote, and they had kids' ballots. So they had a little mini fake ballot for the kids. So she went and voted, and then her daughter got to fill out a circle as well. And it just was like the sweetest, cutest little thing for them to do. And I love that it was over in the New Hope Robbinsdale area. So love that. And I completely agree. I think it's a really important thing. My parents always talked about voting. They were never telling us who they voted for, but it was always we always knew when it was election day and referendums were up and any state local issue, they were voting.
That's right. We are now getting close. We are just a few minutes away from a bunch of key states, including Minnesota. We are, let's see here, it's 7:54. So Minnesota polls close in around 6 minutes. 6 minutes, and then every person in the state will be on the Secretary of State's website, immediately getting carpal tunnel
Overwhelmed, yes.
overwhelmed here, trying to refresh and go enhance.
Senator, we just have you for a couple more minutes here. I want to put you on the spot one more time and ask you about the presidential results, what you think results will look like in Minnesota,
Got a little
across the
internet issue.
country. Oh, can you hear me?
Okay, we had a little slowdown. I think you're back.
All right. So I'm just going to put you on the spot one more time and ask what your predictions are for the presidential here in Minnesota, across the country, and when you think we will know.
I think in Minnesota, obviously Harris wins. Okay, anecdote. I was watching a football game on Sunday with someone, and they said, "I can't believe Kamala Harris has to spend money in Minnesota." And I said, "She's spending money to get Wisconsin." They're like, oh, they said, so no, there's Donald Trump's not going to win Minnesota. He would have been on an airplane here if it was within the margin. And I think Donald Trump wins nationwide. Things are moving in his direction. I think it's going to be very, very close. I don't know if he wins the popular vote because California and New York are so huge. LA, the voting block in LA is bigger than the voting block in the entire state of Minnesota. So that would be my call. And I think it's not going to be enough of a blowout that we'll know even tomorrow. There are going to be some problems. There are going to be court contests. And I'm just going to ask everybody who's on this podcast. I saw this tweet from Kyle Potter, who used to be at the AP. There's going to be a lot of stuff coming out. Make sure the person that you're listening to actually has a reason to know, actually has some authority to speak, and has facts on their side, because there's a lot of people who are trying to get clicks, just making things up. And it's not just the Russians and the Chinese doing disinformation. There's a bunch of people trying to monetize bad news. So let's be really careful what we say in these next 48 hours, and encourage our leaders to have the dignity that is worthy of this country and our electoral process.
Well said. I
That is
appreciate you
great advice.
for reminding folks of that, because we've already seen some today, and we certainly will see that in the days to come. So thank you so much for your time, Senator. We want to let you get back to your party, and good luck to your friend in his race up there. I hope you have a good celebration regardless of the outcome, and we'll hopefully talk to you again soon.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining. Have a great night.
Good night.
Bye.
Becky, what do you think of that?
It was great. I love Senator Benson. It's always fun to have her on. It's always fun to talk to somebody who's been through it. Like you and I have said, I can't imagine. I've had enough election day stress and anxiety. I truly can't imagine my name being on it, whether it's for a city council or at any level. And so just getting a little bit more intel from somebody who's done it and run some campaigns over the years is always great. So
No, absolutely. I think it's going to be, today's always a stressful day for folks. And I just did a lot of calling today, working the phones. It was a stressful day, and I can feel it out there. this election day feels different. And um, the last time I was this involved in an election cycle was 2010. And the last time on a presidential level was 08. I've never seen anything like this. And it's really tense right now. And so I'm glad we're doing this because it's good to do just to have a conversation and keep ourselves busy, because it's going to be interesting to see these results come in as they start to come in.
It's certainly true. I've been screenshotting and saving some of my favorite fun facts or tweets that I've seen over the
Nerd.
last 24 hours. I know, you got to. But I did want to, before I say some of the historical data, I don't remember. Let's see. What date? When do you think we're going to know results? Sometime this week?
Yeah, well, I think I have a feeling that we'll know a lot of trends here relatively soon, and I mean by midnight. I think we'll start to have a feel of things. I think there's a lot of we'll have a good idea. I don't think things are going to be settled, but we'll have a good idea as to where this race is at in a couple hours, and we'll be able to figure out a pretty interesting here where this race is going to be in the next few hours. I think we'll have. I don't think it's going to take. I mean, I think people have this expectation that it could take days, weeks. Sure, elections always take some time to get resolved, and I think the media did a good job this election cycle of laying out the case as to how long it usually takes for these types of matters to be resolved, particularly on election day. It's important that that's done. Part of the reason why that's important is because there's a belief that the former president is going to go out early and accept the result and claim victory before the results are tallied and kind of set the narrative. And so I think they've done a good job of doing that. But I do believe we're going to have some clear trends as to where this is going by the time people's heads hit the pillow. I assume sometime midnight, 1 o'clock. I don't know if I can stay up that late, but I'll be up for a while. What do you think?
um, Yeah, I was thinking probably, oh, here we go. 3 seconds. CNN's telling me until our polls are closed, and there they
One
go.
time,
Obviously, if you are tentative, if you happen to be as big of a nerd and you're in line and listening, as long as you were in line by 8 p.m., you can still vote. But polls are closed here in Minnesota and a number of states across the country. But I did see a tweet today that said that rounded up the last 5 presidential cycles and when when the AP, the Associated Press, officially called the race. So back in 2004, it was called Wednesday morning. In 2008, it was called 11 p.m. on Tuesday night. That was a big one. 2012, it was called 11:30 on Tuesday night. 2016, it was called at 2:30 on Wednesday morning, and in 2020, it was almost 11:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. So I'm hopeful we get something by the weekend, but I'm with you. I think that we are going to start seeing some trends coming in. I did see another tweet from Frank Luntz, who is a pretty well-known pollster, does his focus groups. He tweeted a graphic from the New York Times that shows kind of a little bit of the historical data or what's known from some of those battleground states of how quickly they cast or count their ballots. And so I'm going to retweet this here right now. But it does say
nerd.
that North Carolina and Georgia kind of notoriously count fast. Pennsylvania, we often find out later on election night. There is some anticipation that Michigan will find out more quickly than last year. Wisconsin, we will likely get their counts on Wednesday, but that Arizona and Nevada could take days. Now, whether it comes down to Arizona and Nevada, we'll kind of know, in the next couple of hours. But I think some pretty fascinating things. It's always interesting to me how some states can have it counted so quickly and done, and others take more time. I have no real knowledge of why that is the case, but we'll find out.
What? Yeah. Where are you on kind of election? Where are you on voter ID? Let me ask you that. Where are you on like voter ID and stuff like that?
Um, I I tend to lean a little bit more towards I think that voter ID, I don't see what's wrong with it. I think that there is we live in 2024 that there are a
That's my
need to
line.
we have a variety of needs to have a identification, and there are resources to have free or discounted identifications provided by the state should cost be a factor or getting to a place. I think that there are so many different things that we need to show our identification for that if this is something that can help the integrity of our election cycle by ensuring that but that ensuring that who is supposed to vote is the person voting. um, that said, I also have know that there are a bunch of different issues that come up. I, for one, have lost my wallet the day before a flight and have had to travel, on an airplane without an ID. So I understand those things happen. I'm not one, I don't know all the intricacies of what goes into that, what the restrictions would look like. But I do lean towards it being something that I think would instill more integrity into our voting system.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I would be a fan of photo ID. I would because I just think there's so many things. I have a feeling, and one thing I'd say to you, over the last few years, I think there's a lot of issues that have percolated to the front. I'm a big believer in the Electoral College. I was talking with my daughter a couple days ago. She's like, "Tell me about the Electoral College. Your take on it." I think there's a lot of ideas, which is kind of like a dream conversation for a nerd dad like me. But what it shows is I think that there are a lot of kind of our institutions are being looked at by a new generation. And
Mhm.
so I think this is one that I think as more new voters come in and people start paying attention, I think it's more common sense than we think. One of the things I would say is interesting about Minnesota, and I always want to be factual, and I don't want to in any way cause any harm to our election process here in the state because I have the full faith of Secretary Steve Simon and our election process here in the state. One thing that's unique about Minnesota is we do not have voter ID. We also allow same day registration, and we do not have provisional ballots in this state. And we're one of the few states, if not the only state, I think, that doesn't have voter ID, that allows same day registration, and doesn't have provisional ballots. And so those are some common sense things that I think could be done. One of the subjects I'm really passionate about, not as much as you, is just election integrity and kind of the operations of stuff. And whatever we can do to help make people feel more confident in the election process. Again, I would encourage our listeners to go back and listen to the greatest nerd episode we've ever had, which is when Becky had the opportunity to face with Secretary Steve Simon. It was a classic nerd fest, and it was just great to see because it made me realize how much of a fan of democracy you are and how much of a nerd you are.
Well, I appreciate it. Anytime I can have my nerd fest on full display, I'm here for it. I also should feel like, in full disclosure, that you're not seeing Michael and I have ticks or stretching our neck here. I think both of us have our TV on and up and are checking results. I've also got an iPad in front of me with the Secretary of State's website up. So we're just trying to keep our eyes on everything. However, if you're listening and you see results come in, feel free to text or tweet or write comments on social media to us because we're doing our best to keep up with what's going. I am interested to see when some of these election results get called. It is 8:07. As I'm refreshing the states, I see 0 precincts in so far. Um, I want to, no, I'm just going to keep putting our guests and you on the spot. Um, as
Thank
somebody
you.
who's been involved in a very variety of campaigns over the years, what can you don't have to maybe say the campaign if you don't want to, but do you have a memory of a campaign that you were working on or involved in, or a year you were involved in politics on the partisan side where results came in at the 8:01, 8:02 mark?
I have a great story. In 1996, as I said, I worked on Boschwitz's campaign. The race was called at 8:01, and like it was so anticlimactic. So in, but I was just an absolute stress ball that day. 1998, I was working on Norm Coleman's race for governor, and something interesting happened that year. The Secretary of State's office at the time. That would have been Secretary of State Joan Grow. Had a room. If you remember room 181 at the state capitol,
Yeah.
that was a room where they had a bank of computers. And so what they did is they allowed campaigns. Again, I don't know if you were born in '98, um, but uh, they allowed people to come in and campaigns were there. So I was in that room. So think of room 181 at the state at the in the old state office building. There was just a bank of these terminals, and it was like the orange kind of screen, like nothing like really good computers. And what it was the raw results coming in. And I was really excited because I was going to be there when the results first came in. And I remember the results. So I was driven over there, and I was in that room when the results first came in. And the results and some of the first results to come in were from Anoka County, where I believe you're from. And I'm like, oh, this can't be good, because it was really strong for Jesse Ventura. I will also share one other story about election day, when results came in. Same year, 1998. I'm listening to, I'm driving around with Alex Conant, who was worked as a field staffer. Alex has gone on to great national prominence. But I was driving around with him on election day, and we were listening to KQRS in the morning, and people were calling in day after caller after caller after caller was saying they were voting for Jesse Ventura. And I remember looking at him saying, just like, oof. But when those results came in for Anoka County, I'm like, this can't be right. We can't lose to a wrestler. And we ended up losing. And it was a really, really tough, that was a tough election cycle. 1998 was a tough one to lose. Big fan of Senator Norm Coleman, then candidate for governor. It was a great election, but Jesse Ventura was there, and Jesse Ventura won that night. And it was crazy. How about you?
Oh, I've had some, I gotta say, my track record isn't the greatest. I tend to, or my resume and history of working in partisan Republican politics tracks right with our downfall and our little drought of no statewide wins. So I was on in 2010 on Tom Emmer's campaign, and that one was one that went into a recount. And so election night was pretty chaotic, way into the wee hours, calling
Yep.
attorneys, sending folks out to different counties to literally sit in a room and watch ballots. Just sit there. And so that was pretty wild in 2010. I do remember there was, I don't remember if it what channel it was, but at one point, one of the counties got double counted on the Secretary of State's
Oh,
website,
yeah. I remember that.
and it put Tom Emmer in the lead for the first time, and it was chaos. I was staffing Jackie Emmer. We had her in the ballroom for the first time, and it was just a swarm, and it was crazy. And then they retracted, and it was just a heartbreak. And so that was a pretty wild and crazy one. 2012, I was in Wisconsin on the Romney campaign. I was up again. Things are a little bit different of how election days went 10, 12 years ago. And so I was up in a random small county at their county official or their election official county, maybe city hall or county office, just every 5, 10 minutes going up and saying, can I get a new count? They were not very pleased with me. That one got called pretty quick for Obama in Wisconsin. And then 2014 was a tough year. I worked on Mike McFadden's campaign against Al Franken at the time. And I will say that one really put myself on blast here, but that got called at about 8:02, and I was not even in the war room at the time. It was, we were still kind of getting our bearings, getting all of our stuff together, and it was called. So that was a really tough one. It's, sometimes those races they just know. And then I've had some years where it's been longer and way into the night, and it's been a
80
tough track record.
8:02, you beat me by a full minute. I was 8:01. I remember walking into the ballroom. It's like, I remember I'm like the same as it's only 8:01. How can you call it this quickly?
Yeah.
I didn't even know, it was just brutal.
Yeah.
While I have you talking about the 12 race, I got to bring up something. I was scrolling through my phone and I found the video of you and that lady from 2012. Can you tell? It's a fantastic video. Explain what happened again. So you're in Wisconsin, and
Yes.
you just tell our listeners what you're doing in 2012 in
Yep.
Wisconsin, you were a bouncer.
Yeah, so I was, was digital director in Wisconsin, and so my job was to, get the pictures, do the social media, gather the data, and just in the state of Wisconsin. And so we had a Women for Romney bus tour, and so we were at an event, and I believe we had a couple state senators at the time, and the lieutenant governor who was a woman, and we were in this, tiny little field office with, probably 30 or 40 women there to hear our speakers, and we had a row of press behind us because the state of Wisconsin was pretty big deal at the time, with Paul Ryan being tapped for the vice presidential nominee with Romney. And there was a woman who was very passionate about, I actually believe it was abortion at the time, an older woman who interrupted and um, started shouting something, and then another woman next to her kind of grabbed at her, and then the initial woman shouting spat back. I mean, these were two like 70, 80-year-old women almost in a brawl. And I was the like only staffer nearby and able to intervene, and had to intervene and try to pull these ladies apart and remind her that it was a private event on private property and ask her to leave. And I mean, cops were called. It was
That
wild.
was
And I,
tough.
again, yeah, I was, I think, like 24 at the time, 25. So it was also like, I mean, I was like shaking afterwards because I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm not much of a fighter. And so it was, I never
Not
been in
according to the
something
video.
like
Is
that
that the
before.
closest you ever been to a throwdown?
I think so.
I mean, that was so you had told me about it, and then I went and found I couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
You're right there. I'll probably
right
throw that
there.
video out later tonight, just from
Yeah,
the archives. It's great. You were right there in the thick of it.
it was pretty wild.
I hope this is okay to say too. I having been in a couple fights myself, I I don't I don't know that I'd want to get into a middle of that. That was, let me just say this to you. You handled it gracefully.
I also think that I benefited from being a woman. I don't think that a man staffer breaking that up at a women event between two women, it's
That's a
it's a
no-win
tough
situation for
situation.
that guy.
It's really a no-win situation. So I got lucky that it did not turn into anything more. But man, we maybe post election we'll finally get into our campaign trail stories, because we've got a lot of them.
We have no results yet for Minnesota, damn it. No
I know.
results, Steve Simon. Just joking.
I know.
I like
What is
him.
up?
I like him so much. He's a good guy.
Yes. 3 of 87 counties are reporting, though. I don't
What
see actual
counties?
report. Well, I don't know. It just says 3, but no
So
actual results are showing. So
I'm gonna try to do this while we're doing the live stream. We'll see how this goes. I'm going to try to do this, and hold on. We try to do this while I'm doing the live stream. Enhance.
enhance.
Um,
Ooh, look at you go.
you can't see. It's not on the screen yet, though.
Well, I see. I mean, I see the Secretary of State's website.
Yeah, watch this. Now we do this.
We are
Can you see
learning
that?
as we go.
Can you see that
Can I
on the
see what?
screen?
I just see the Secretary of State's website showing all
Crossing
zeros.
over your face.
Nope, our faces are next to it.
You don't. It's not like crossing over your face.
Nope.
Okay, hold on. It's all right.
I'll take a picture and send it to you.
All right, let me just do this. You see that?
Wow, that is just our beautiful mugs.
Let's do this quick. Watch this. Do this. Add item. Media slot. Add this. Can you see that?
We are wheeling and dealing, ladies and gents.
Thank you for your patience on
this is great. At least I don't have to figure it out.
Here we go. Look at that. Now we got the Secretary of State's website.
Perfect. That's exactly what it looked like 2 seconds ago, for the record.
Damn it, Simon. Just joking. Can you imagine how stressed it would be to be the Secretary of State on election night?
I
mean, he does such
cannot.
a good job. I left him a message earlier. I left him a message. I went in and early voted, and this is the time of year. I saw what Shannon Watson tweeted out, and I think she's just fantastic. She went out and tweeted like who she's appreciative of. I went in and voted on a Saturday. And it was just an easy, delightful process. I left a message for Secretary Steve Simon, said, no need to call me back. Just want to let you know it was a great process. I can't imagine what it's like to wake up for him and his staff today, knowing that at 8 o'clock, basically everyone in the state is refreshing your website. And I mean, imagine what it's like. It's got to be so stressful.
Right. I mean, well, and not only that, but the entire day. I mean, from 6 a.m. and the people that are getting to the polls to start working at and all day, they have to they're running traps and they're doing their thing. I mean, I will say it's obviously a little late for this year, but I have worked polls before. If you haven't, it is a great thing to get involved in. Both parties gather lists. You can do it as a nonpartisan. There are poll watchers, election judges, all sorts of poll staffers. And I always like to thank them for working because a lot of these people literally sit there. It's volunteer. They sit there for anywhere from 2 to 12 hours. And it's not the most thrilling job, right? You have people coming in, asking them their name, handing them a ballot. It's a pretty dull, dry job, but at my polling place in Fridley, I mean, my polling place alone, there were at least 12, 14 uh, poll workers that were there. And so you multiply that by the thousands of precincts across the country or across the state, it's just a lot of folks. So if you're nerds like us and haven't before, I highly encourage you to participate in.
We have
Uh,
results. We have results on the screen. We have
what?
results on the screen.
Look at you go.
Look at that, Becky.
So I have to say, I have my iPad up next to me and I have about 10 tabs open. So that is really exciting.
We have results. We have results.
It is
Um,
so great.
we have results. We have results. Breaking. We have results.
So this is my favorite time to pull some of the results out, and you gotta love some folks on Twitter that are the ones that do this. So we've right now got 0.54%, not even a full percent of precincts reporting. But hey, at this point, Royce White is in the lead.
So it looks kind of goofy on the screen
It looks
versus what I
perfect to
see.
me. I think what you see is
No, look
different.
at the live stream.
I have it. It's just like the picture I sent you.
But it's yeah. There we go. What you see is what you get when you buy Coronet.
We are gonna just keep refreshing here. None of the districts are in the second or third so far.
Okay. So that's that. So we have. So this is what's going on. So let me just edit this. Do this. Let's do this a little bit. There we go. Move it around. There we go. How's that? There we go. There we go. That looks good. Save. There we go. There we go. That looks pretty good.
It looks pretty good.
Yep.
While we are waiting for more results to come in, one thing that I thought I saw today that was interesting to me is that apparently tens of thousands of Amish folks in Pennsylvania voted for the first time this year.
Isn't that great?
Yeah. I just, it was, I never really thought that they did or did not. But hey, you gotta love new voters that come out for whatever reason they come out for.
That's right.
And I just thought it was really, really interesting.
Yes. No, I think it's great. I think it's great that they're doing that. I think it's great that they're doing that, and it's what's going on and what's going to be seen here. We have a very interesting situation here with the election here, because it looks like Kamala Harris may be getting close to being awarded. I think she may have been awarded Virginia, which is interesting. That's a big development. And just I'll say this multiple times throughout the night. This is a reminder to our listeners that I did endorse Harrison Walz. I am a proud Republican for Harris, but this is we're gonna be committed to the electoral process. I guess I want to say this at the onset as we start to get as more results come to commit. Just want to explain something as a voter. I have considered myself over the years to, based on the totality of my votes, to clearly be what Reagan would say is someone Republicans should agree with 80% of the time, and I have. I have voted for Republicans far more than I have Democrats. more than 80% of the time. One thing that I've always done, particularly in the last couple of years or in the last few election cycles, is if I can't make a decision, if I'm not a fan of the Republican candidate, I will vote for the Democrat. So I've never voted for Donald Trump before, but I made a private decision at the polls and never came out and was public about that stuff. I was honest when I did analysis over the last 9 years. If I got a phone call from a reporter and they'd say, "Hey, you're the former deputy chair. Would you give your analysis?" I would say, "Look, but in the interest of full disclosure, I want you to know I've never voted for Trump. But once you listen to my analysis, give me your take and we'll see it." 99, if not 100% of the time, they would take my results. They would take my analysis, what it is, because I was fair. I never have participated in any kind of this rash negativity that other people have. There's no track record of me going out there and calling him America's Hitler like JD Vance did. It's just not the way that I speak. It's not the way I speak about anyone but Hitler and other type of stuff. So this election cycle, I supported Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. I am someone who believes in this great experiment called America, and I'm a big advocate of it. And I will assure you that whoever wins the presidency, I'm going to want our president to succeed. It's the way I've always been. Even when I did not vote for Donald Trump in 2016, I wanted him to succeed because when the president succeeds within reason, this country succeeds. I'm a patriot at heart. And so I would just remind our listeners that this election is going to be close. It's going to be a flip of a coin. But one of the things that we have to commit ourselves to, both sides have to commit ourselves to, is being supportive of whoever wins. And I want to say at the onset that I'm committed. I'm very committed to ensuring on my personal level, even though I've taken a stake in this election publicly, that I want to see our president succeed, whoever he or she is. And I just want to say that at the onset that I think it's so critically important that people approach that way. Whether someone has voted for Trump, whether someone has written someone in, that's up to them. That's their personal choice. I'm not judging anyone on how they vote. I ask that people vote, but I'm not judging anyone. But I just wanted to share my personal philosophy because over the last 9 years, I've gone through, when Trump was president, I wanted him to succeed within reason. There's a difference between policy disagreements, but I don't ever want the president to fail because if the president fails, America fails. And I don't want to see that happen. And so I just wanted to say that at the onset, as these results kind of come in, I hope everyone who's listening to this podcast voted in some way. I hope they voted early, they voted, and this is what we have. We are the best example of democracy in the world, I think. And I love this country, and I'm going to love this country no matter what happens with the election results. I'm going to love this country. I just want to say that at the onset.
And I appreciate you having that outlook of things, and something that I wish we had more of from folks. It's something, unfortunately, I think that we've seen a trend away from. That folks, if their guy or gal doesn't win, they want them to fail, and that does nothing for any of us. We, regardless of who becomes our president, we for the next 4 years need to um, have businesses grow and thrive and start anew. We need folks to have jobs. We need to hopefully have reliable, affordable energy sources. We need to have the abilities to support our allies and defend our homeland. We need to have the
Oh,
ability for
somebody got our
families.
talking points.
No, I just think that regardless of who is in that office, we need these things. We all need them, and not being able to heat our homes or fuel our cars or have startup businesses or have new college graduates find jobs or whatever it looks like, that doesn't benefit any of us, and it doesn't make the next election cycle any easier. And so also, in full disclosure, if you haven't listened to Monday's episode, I did share that I wrote in this time. It's the first time I've ever done that. It's just I could not get to either side of these candidates, and so even though I did not support either of them, I am eternally hopeful whoever is elected does what they need to, working with Congress, working across the aisle to make things better. I think that the one thing that we've seen trending in a lot of polls over the last year, especially in the last couple of months, is people don't feel like things are on the right track right now. And I think we need to right size that. Oh my God, that's total throwback to old candidates there. But we need to turn things around so we can be on the right track and we can be hopeful about the future and we can have, a positive outlook. And I say this, I can't talk about it too much because I probably would get emotional and cry, but I have a 2-year-old son. I am currently fearful just because of the state of politics, not because of who's in power, but because of this dynamics of what politics is. I used to love um, everything that came along with politics and election days and years and everything that came and the love of our country and everybody working regardless of right, left, or center, working because you want this country to succeed and because you want this, the future to be better. And it's not that way. And it's become so fear mongering, which obviously works and sells and gets votes, but is freaking depressing. And so I'm just hopeful that we can get to a spot where we bring some optimism back to things, because I don't need to get too preachy here, but I think that it's kind of a crappy, divisive country right now, and it's really unfortunate. And I hope things get better for next year and 5 years from now and 10 years from now. And again, regardless of red, blue, or independence, yeah, let's find the places where we can work together. Because again, as my whether you believe it or not, Tom Emery used to always say, we all want the same end results. It's just our means of getting there that very extremely differently across the board, but we all want good schools, good healthcare system, a good economy. And so I hope we can get back to that at some point, whether that's
Becky,
now or not.
well said, well said. I want to say a few things. You had no obligation to come on the podcast and ever say how you voted, and you're going to get some criticism for that. I got criticism. There's not any way that now, if you had voted for Trump, if you had voted for Harris, if you wrote someone in, you were going to get criticism. But you came on the podcast. You didn't have any obligation to do it, but you did. And by the way, I want to respect the privacy of your ballot, but I'm so honored by the fact that you wrote my name in. And if elected, I will serve, and I'll make sure that there's a good spot for you in the administration. And
Perfect.
I'm really it was really
I
an
want
honor.
state, damn it.
It was really an honor to get your vote for president, and I just am so proud of that. And it's really nice. It's really nice. But I'll make sure that there's a good position for you in the presidency. We have some breaking news. We have some
Yes.
breaking news. Breaking news. Amy Klobuchar has won re-election to the United States Senate, sailing to a fourth term. That I am flabbergasted. Now, Becky, you said you worked on a race. It was called at 8:02. I
Yep.
worked on a race that was 8:01. I don't know how in the hell this race was called so late, but it's 8:31, and apparently the United States Senate race has been called for United States Senator Amy Klobuchar. I did vote for her. And I've been dying to say this. Former Royce White, the people are not coming. The people are not coming, Royce. You lost. And oh my goodness, this is the least surprising development I've heard all night. I don't know what Republicans were thinking in nominating Royce White, but Royce White, according to the internet, has lost the United States Senate race. And my goodness, it was apparently called at 8:17.
Okay.
It was Fox News, the Fox News desk. I'm reading Jason DeRusha, who's a man of all trades, a man of everything on social media. Fox News decision desk projects that Senator Amy Klobuchar will, quote, sail to a fourth term over Royce White. Unbelievable, surprising. Let me rephrase that. Actually, it was called at 8:04. Brian Strasser on Twitter. And I see other people. Someone was doing this 20 minutes ago. I guess the people aren't actually coming. They're stealing my jokes. I'm running a live show right now, folks. So we'll see. But I'm not running it. You're running it. I'm just doing the behind the scenes. But Royce White has lost the U.S. Senate race in the least surprising development ever. Your take on that?
Shocker, man. No, I am glad you broke in with that because I was a little concerned that
I'm glad I broke in with that.
yeah, that
I
my
appreciate for just that
8:30
brief moment. I appreciate for just that brief moment. I was revered as much as Walter Cronkite.
Walter.
You know
God
who that is,
bless his
don't you?
soul.
Walter Cronkite. There you go.
Yeah, there you
Okay,
go.
Walter Cronkite. Okay, go ahead.
Um, yeah, I mean, obviously not shocking. But good for her. I'm excited to see what the end margins are going to be like there. I have to say, my refresh. I am so glad I'm not working on the campaign this cycle because these poor campaign staffers that are getting no feedback from the Secretary of State's website right now, I'm sure are just dying. It is tough. I've been in the war rooms. You have a little bit of nerding out on kind of the ins and outs of what goes on in those war rooms. Is very often you have your precincts that you need to win, and by how much you've won in the past, or where you see yourself start to slip or your candidates start to slip. And so I've been there where you see them start to erode away that support that you need, that you're expecting in some of your key places, and some of the other places that the margin's getting bigger than it was in years past. And so not having these precinct by precinct results right now, according to my last refresh on the Secretary of State website, we still only have 26 of the 4,100 precincts in. I'm sure they're rapidly trying to update that, and that will change very quickly here, and we'll start getting some more precinct results. But my thoughts and prayers are with these poor campaign staffers, just dying to know the results in the precincts that they're working in.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, just let's pivot back to the Royce White candidates for the United States Senate for a second. This was a colossal mistake by Republicans in this state, and we're going to talk about this a little bit tonight. And now that this race is over, I'm going to vent a bit. Senator Klobuchar, as I've consistently said, this is knocking her off. Is an uphill battle. How big is the hill? Mount Rushmore. And it was not. I mean, sorry, Mount Everest, which is Mount Everest. I mean, Mount Rushmore is still a big hill, but Mount Everest is bigger. And so it was going to be a challenge. It was going to be a challenge. It doesn't mean you just waste the opportunity. Um, I will say to you that Republicans absolutely hurt themselves in this state by nominating Royce White for the United States Senate. There are people close to him who believe that he was going to do this, was going to be value added to the ticket in some way. There was no value added that Royce White had to the Republican ticket in any way, shape, or form. He was a divisive, corrosive influence in this election. He made it difficult for Republicans to campaign together. I've never had someone come into my DMs, including very recently, with just obscenities hurled at me for no reason whatsoever. This is another example of Republicans losing statewide. Republicans have not won a statewide race since 2006. Tim Pawlenty in 2006, a race he probably shouldn't have won, hung on and won the governor's race in 2006. And Royce White has continued a losing streak. It is a shame. It is an embarrassment that he was nominated, that he was endorsed, that he won the primary, that he won the endorsement. And everyone who was around Royce White's campaign needs to look at themselves as accountable for what happens in this state on election day. Republicans have to do a better job of endorsing and nominating candidates. The endorsement process is broken. I remember in the aftermath of the 2022 election, there was all this discussion about changing the endorsement process. And once again on election night, within minutes of the polls closing, the Republican endorsed candidate for a statewide office has been declared the loser. And Minnesota Republicans have to start taking the endorsement process more seriously. You cannot nominate goofballs like Royce White in this state and expect to win and to build the type of coalition that needs to be happened. Royce White was one of the worst candidates, second only to a candidate running for, I think, governor in North Carolina, in terms of the divisiveness that he had. And he should be drum out of this state. He brought nothing to the ticket. And I'm glad, hopefully, this is the last we're going to have to hear of Royce White. But I have a feeling he's not going to realize that his 15 minutes are over.
Well said. I don't have a ton to add there other than I agree. The endorsement process is clearly broken and something needs to be done. And hopefully, whether this is the tipping point or not, we'll find out soon. But man, it's a pretty bleak thing that we that that was our candidate, that he is going to get beaten
And
so colossally, and that it's somebody who Republicans in Minnesota have to stand behind, unfortunately, and it just isn't a good look.
correct. And let me say something to you. I'm not saying that Senator Klobuchar deserved to be voted out of office. What I'm saying, and I commented to the Star Tribune on this, is that elections that elections can be just like they say that state legislatures are the laboratories of democracy. Elections can be that too. Campaigns can do that. And Royce White offered nothing of value to the ticket. And so who was denied an opportunity for was the voters of Minnesota by nominating a goofball, a gadfly. Republicans in this state were denied an opportunity to have someone go out a message because I remind people all the time the Republican Party of Minnesota's the Republican Party platform is not on the ballot. These candidates are the ballot, and the messenger and the ambassador of the parties is what's on the ballot. And so Republicans, when they nominate Royce White for the United States Senate, that's who's the flag bearer for the party. And that's the problem we're having. And so I think I really hope that one of the lessons that Republicans take out of today, independent of who wins the presidency, is that there are structural reforms needed inside the Republican Party to win endorsements and to make them. And let me just also say, we have had wonderful discussions with Chairman David Hand and Anna Matthews. I have the full faith that they have the type of leadership needed to do this. What they need is they need Republicans willing to work with them and stand with them to help get those reforms done. And I hope they come into place because tonight is just a real tough night once again to be a Republican in Minnesota.
It sure is. I am trying to keep up here. There is so much going on right now. It looks like I'm getting mixed messages, but North Carolina is potentially called for Trump. 77% or some votes still coming in, but I am seeing some of the places. Interactive Polls has called it. Um, that is an interesting one. So we'll see what that means.
So
Like,
Trump is won North Carolina.
I believe so. That is what the Decision Desk HQ has said.
Decision
Well,
Desk HQ.
well,
Can
on
you
my interactive polls on
okay?
Twitter.
Sounds like election misinformation.
I also say Fox News Decision Desk called Texas for Ted Cruz. Bodes
Ooh.
well for Republicans in the Senate, so that is good news.
Our take was that Republicans, I think we were both on the same page that
Yes,
Republicans were going to win the United States Senate, correct?
correct. Yes, yep. We both at GOP. We're gonna take it there. Montana Senate race is kind of the one hanging in the balance right now, um, which they started out hard and fast and spent a lot of money in that race. Wisconsin is on the map. What channel are you watching right now? Are we
I'm
watching?
watching CNN.
I am too.
So what's the news? What's the main news channel at your household? I assume One America or is it One America? Is that what it is?
I mean, if
Or do you just stream Mike Lindell's channel the whole time in
well,
your house?
obviously. No, I do most of my I flip around a little bit. If I'm actually I usually, I mean, millennial here. I get most of my news from the internet. Um I love a CNN when it's on mute, so this is working perfectly
I
for
love
me
this.
when I don't have to
It's like
actually
me.
sit.
I'm okay when I'm on mute. That's really nice.
Right.
Thanks.
Yes.
So I have I have CNN on right now on mute, and I'm taking advantage of the CNN with their map on. I don't know if you get that on the app.
Yes.
I've got that going on right now.
Well, I have the New York
Um,
Times app or New York Times dashboard up as well.
oh, really fancy.
Yeah. Yes.
Your spouse. Let me ask about that. Is he politically, I mean, give without, I don't want to violate any privacy, but is he an election watcher? Is
Yeah,
he into this stuff?
he is. I think he is someone who has gotten more interested as we've talked more and more over the years. But he is. He had before I even asked. He turned it on upstairs. Was watching the results come in.
That's
He
great.
watches all the debates with me. He watches all of the mean speeches. Definitely interested. Definitely watching it. And one thing that I think is really interesting is that there is a decent amount of crossover between sports analysts or sports reporters and politics. I think that, he is one that doesn't necessarily have the same curated Twitter feed that I do. He has a lot more of the sports that comes across. But the things that he sees and talks about and brings up always fascinates me with how many different sports reporters or analysts or folks in the sports realm talk about politics. And hey, I gotta love it. I
That's
really
great.
do. I think it's fantastic that there is that crossover and bringing whether people disregard it or pay attention to it. Speaking of, as I was watching today on my Twitter feed, I was unaware that Brett Favre was such a Trump lover,
He
but
is.
he was tweeting all day about
Yeah,
it.
he was. He also made a reference to what God was doing. If God did
Yes.
what it would vote, it was all red. He even gave
Yes.
Minnesota red, which is surprising. Yeah, that's great. I mean, it's good that you can have that. You have a partner in the house to kind of nerd out to about politics. My wife has just been wonderful.
Yeah.
She's just been just a champion. And I will say to you, some of the best political analysis I heard today came from her.
Love
I
that.
think she knows what she's talking about. And let me just say for a minute, my w- um, my wife has always been a I'll vote for the person over sometimes she over necessarily just the party, and she'll look at the
Yep.
policy. Obviously, it's not just the person, but kind of she's not as party isn't necessarily the first thing, and she's always been that way. That has become more of the way that I am as a voter, and it's her thinking. She was ahead of the she's always ahead of the curve on stuff. She was ahead of the curve on Seinfeld. She was ahead of the curve on Arrested Development. She was ahead of the curve on Veep. And so she's always ahead of the curve on a lot of that stuff. And so she's been really provided a lot of great analysis today and information. And I want to give a shout out to her. Unfortunately, though, like your husband, she is a Packers fan. And so there's only so far the limits will go in terms of the compliments tonight. But since we're focused solely on politics tonight, I want to give a tip of the cap to my wife for her analysis, her support, putting up with all the stuff that's been going on this past election cycle. She's been a champion. She's been great, and I wouldn't be here without her support.
I love that. I think that is very fantastic. And if you got to at least have somebody who can sympathize with the politics to put up with um folks like us who live and breathe it.
Royce White is currently saying there's skullduggery, which, by the way, is one of my favorite words. I like
Oh, I've never heard
tomfoolery.
that before.
I like tomfoolery. I like monkey shines. But he's saying there's skullduggery going on in Minnesota because Trump is up 1,000 votes in Minnesota, and I'm down 1,000. He's down 1,000. Royce, let me just say, the people are not coming. It's not happening, man. It's just not happening. Let it go. Let the dream die. Okay. I'm not getting a full head of hair and a 32-inch waist. You ain't getting elected to the United States Senate, bud. Okay.
So
Yeah.
good.
You
Uh,
didn't even blush at that. I mean, I'm not getting a full head of hair. We're waiting to see what's happening in some of these states now.
yes, Georgia is coming in about 80% in. It's looking. Trump has just shy of 52. Now it looks like there's Atlanta is Oh, Atlanta is in. So, who knows? I don't know enough about the Georgia counties to know which ones make sense and are leaning for which one. But it looks like, I mean, Georgia is one that, again, historically we've found out rather quickly. So I think that probably sooner than later, we are going to know the full results of what things are looking like in Georgia.
You know what would be an
Um,
interesting episode? Um, would be breaking down how these states get their results so fast and what we could do to
yes,
get them fast. I think that'd be a really good episode.
I agree.
If I'm not in some re-education camp later this election in the next few weeks, depending on who wins, let's do an episode about that. Assuming I'm not in a re-education camp.
I am fully on board with that. Um, wanted
What did?
to I'm going through some of my screenshotted tweets here. One that I thought was really interesting. Nate Silver, who is somebody that I like to watch what he thinks in his analysis quite a bit. They ran over 80,000 simulations. Harris won 50.015% of those.
Yep.
That's bonkers. I mean, Michael, did we lose you? Well, I might be running the show right now. So that is absolutely bonkers to think out of 80,000 simulations, Harris won 40,012, just over 50%. That goes to show just how close it is. And I'm just chatting to myself. Hopefully, somebody's on here watching. I'm also going to go through some of the exit polls and top
Sorry about
issues.
that. I pressed the wrong button.
There you go.
You did a great job, though.
I was hoping you'd come back because I
the
don't know
way-
how to do anything on here.
By the way, can I just say, when you weren't on the podcast for a couple of those couple of those episodes, it was just, I don't know how you do it. It was absolute mayhem. It was like one time I took 3 of my kids to the Mall of America, and I still haven't recovered from that. My wife could pack all 3 kids and organize a war. I once took all 3 of my kids to the Mall of America, and I still haven't recovered from it. And so I just pressed the wrong button, but I'm back. We're doing this. We're coming down to, you were saying, though, keep going.
Oh, I just think it's absolutely wild that out of 80,000 simulations, just over 40,000 of them showed Harris winning. And I think just really goes to show that anything can happen here. Curious if you have a couple of minutes and want to chat issues with me, because I was watching some of the exit polls coming out. Fox News exit polls for their top issues had economy at just shy of 40%, immigration 20%, and abortion at 11%. Surprisingly, state of democracy was not on there. And at NBC had state of democracy at 36%, the economy coming in second, and abortion at third. And then CNN had democracy, economy, abortion, immigration. So all across the map, I think just kind of depended of whether democracy was in there or not. But top issues, no real surprise. I think it's every poll that we've been seeing, everything that voters are really voting on. I don't know who that bodes best for, because we see that in a lot of these polls that Harris was coming out on top when it comes to the state of democracy, and Trump was coming out on top when it comes to our economy. Harris gets abortion and Trump gets immigration. So moral of that story is, tells us absolutely nothing other than it's split down the middle.
It's really interesting. You want to know why? It's because of this reason. I had been telling people. So after I announced that I was a Republican for Harrison came out, my answer hasn't changed, which was flip of a coin, flip of a coin, flip of a coin. It's what I've been saying every day. Flip of a coin. When Nate Silver came out last night and said, basically did that analysis, I stayed up till 12:30. I'm like, oh great. So he's saying it's a flip of a coin. And when you go through some of those issues, Becky, you're spot on that it's basically you can just have those issues. You can split them in half and say there's something for this side and there's something for that side. It's really come down to the wire here in terms of where this election is, particularly on the issues. But I'm happy to see democracy near the top, because that was one of the issues that was very important to me, was democracy. And it's polling it's still polling strong, but it's only 8:51 right now in the evening, Central Standard Time or Daylight Time. I think we're in Central Standard Time now, and so it's interesting on the issues. I do think I'll be very curious. One state I'm very curious about is what's going to happen in Iowa. My wife's family. My wife is from Iowa. My wife's family is from Iowa. There was a very interesting poll about the margin of error, where it showed that Harris was in the lead in the state of Iowa, which would just be shocking. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the state of Iowa. And I have a feeling that could be some underlying issues related to abortion and other type of stuff. Fair to say from your perspective?
I think so. Just saw a tweet come in that in 80% of Des Moines is in, Trump performing better in Des Moines suburbs, and margins are in Des Moines are identical to 2020. Guesses there are that Harris is going to be losing Iowa by 10 points. So we'll see if that comes in
Come
that strong.
on.
That seems like a pretty far stretch.
What are you in
Um,
some InfoWar chat room right now, or what are you in?
oh, Josh Krashour is one of my favorite reporters. I like to follow him. He
10
retweeted that.
points? No, there's not going to be 10 points. Becky.
Oh, I just am chuckling seeing your tweet from Royce White, not quite understanding that sometimes people don't vote all the way down the ballot or all the way up the ballot. Um,
Yes, people can split ticket vote in this state.
and
Yes,
as
and so
from your conversation with Brian Strasser originally, is that you talked about this back in the FEMA hurricane thing, but everything is a conspiracy when you don't know how anything works. And he tweeted that again um, in this context. Whew. It is.
yep.
It just makes you chuckle. You got to find the fun in some of this, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You absolutely have to find the fun in some of this stuff. This is going to be it's coming down to it's going to be a very interesting night. I'm waiting for what's happening in some of our other races. Are you seeing anything more in the Secretary of State's website?
No, 2.46% in.
Yeah, because we need more results. I'm interested. We're trying to figure out from the presidential perspective right now crucial battleground states of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin too early to call. I'm aside from all the states, I spent some time campaigning in Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as I was reminded 100 times. My wife ensured to remind me that before I left, and probably every second I was there, I was reminded it was called the Commonwealth. But those are the states that we're interested in. Trump right now in Minnesota, CNN saying that he's up. He's got well, he's not got a lead, but right now they're saying he's got 61% of the vote in Minnesota. What did we call Minnesota to be? What was our expectation on what Minnesota would be?
For Trump or for
Yes.
Harris?
Well,
You said
who would
Harris.
win?
We both said Harris is going to win Minnesota. My guess was by about 7. You said it would be a little bit closer, and by about 5 or 6 is what I have written down for that.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Right now, we're still waiting on Minnesota. That's going to be interesting to see. Generally speaking, it's around 10 o'clock ish. So we got a little bit of more time before we get anything from some of these states. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We shall see.
Let's
Waiting to
see.
hear a
Do
bit
I have any
more.
more fun? One thing, hey, I'm interested in your take on this. Saw a tweet from Pat Garofalo earlier today, former Representative Pat Garofalo. We've chatted with him on the podcast before, but he talked about this. Actually, it was yesterday. He tweeted this. He said, during the last 4 years, over 50,000 Minnesotans have exited Minnesota to take up residency in Wisconsin. The motivations for leaving Minnesota obviously vary, but dissatisfaction with Minnesota's decay in public safety and COVID restrictions are likely key motivators. Former
Does he
Minnesotans
know
in
that?
Wisconsin, well, I don't know. Former Minnesotans in Wisconsin could end up being a key voting bloc that tips Wisconsin to Trump. I found this interesting and was curious about your take. Do you think that, I mean, obviously that is speculation. I don't think they're sitting at the border, asking people as they come over why they decided to leave Minnesota. But do you think that if that is true, 50,000 Minnesotans moving over to Wisconsin for a variety of reasons, could that be something that should be taken in consideration of Trump's support in the state?
Yeah, I mean, I think that in the terms of him, yes. I mean, if in terms of him not winning the state,
No, of him winning, like that these are folks that left Minnesota because of the restrictions that Tim Walz put on under COVID, that the high taxes and poor public safety, and they moved to Wisconsin for lower taxes, safer, less restrictions that could be more of Trump voters, like 50,000 potential Trump voters there.
Well, let me say this to you. I don't know if the data supports that theory, but if it is, I mean, that's an interesting question. I think Minnesota should be doing everything they can to have a robust population that's wanting to move here, that's wanting to stay here. This is a great state for, there's a number of Fortune 5 companies that are here that choose to have their headquarters here. The quality of life is good. Yes, but anytime there's any type of population trends that show people leaving the state, we should be mindful of that. And so, that's something that people should be mindful of, and it should be factored into the discussions and where people are at. But ultimately, I struggle with people leaving the state of Minnesota to go live in Wisconsin. I mean, it's Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yes, and so is his theory that those are Trump supporters that left the state?
I think folks, I think the belief is that if you left the state because of high taxes, concerns with public safety, and concerns with the restrictive COVID regulations under Tim Walz, I think the generalization that he is making is that those are people that would probably vote for President Donald Trump.
Sure, I can see that. I don't know.
Mhm.
I mean, I could potentially see that. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I could absolutely see that being the case. But again, if you look at the state of Minnesota, again, the key to the Republicans winning statewide or winning the state is it's they're getting killed in the suburbs and they're getting killed in the urban cores. Republicans are winning in outstate Minnesota. But bottom line, there's just simply not enough people in outstate Minnesota to overcome. You vote on where people are. People vote, not land. And so having large spaces of land is not a key in winning an election.
I don't know if you followed all of there was some drama about New York Times's dashboard and the needle, their famous needle that they have that kind of predicts where things are leaning as results come in. Apparently, there is a strike amongst, I don't know if it's just New York Times tech folks or tech folks in general, but they weren't quite sure that it was going to be working properly. But I just saw it tweeted again, pointing to Iowa, that right now the estimated margin is 8.8 on New York Times for Iowa. Trump up by 8.8. That would be a pretty brutal for the poll that came out this weekend.
Yes, I mean, and the night's still early. By the way,
100%.
are we planning on staying through till the results are all in? We're just going to do a live stream for like 4 or 5 days.
Saturday, yeah,
Till
for
Saturday,
sure.
yes.
My husband absolutely signed up for that. So
That's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. There is, not surprisingly, there's a little bit of election denyingism going on. I hope I'm using it in the right way. Specifically,
denial.
Yeah, about Royce White on his social media. This is just astounding. Can you imagine? I'm going to say something to you. Can you imagine being him and waking up today thinking you're going to be an elected member of the United States Senate? I mean, that's a level of a disconnection from reality that's quite profound. And I think that, I don't know if this is an act, this is a bit, but he's reacting right now as if did he really think he was going to get elected to the United States Senate? I mean, are we gonna? That's what we're going to entertain right now. Royce White woke up today thinking he was going to be a member of the United States Senate, because that's not going to happen. We're in a breaking news, razor sharp results, razor thin. It's razor sharp, razor thin in this instance. Kamala Harris has 49.8 to, it's already gone.
49.2 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. I'm not a math major, but that's close.
Real close. They just called Montana for Trump. The Republican governor also won re-election. Haven't had results in the Senate race yet there. That will be a close one to tell how things are going to look for the U.S. Senate. But back to your Royce White comment. I have always been amazed that people are surprised with the ego that candidates have. In this case, I think it's obviously misplaced because all polls showed double digits. But for anybody who puts themselves on a statewide ballot in Minnesota, you have to estimate that 1 million voters are going to support you to potentially come out on top, right? So that you're going to have to get at least 1 million voters. It is inconceivable to me to ever think that of myself. So to think of any candidate who puts themselves on the ballot, you already have to have some sort of ego, right? Like whether it's well placed or completely ridiculous. That's wild to think of a
Yep.
million people that choose you that are going to go to the ballots and cast a vote in your name is a wild, wild thing. Um, I I'm always amazed with the delusions of folks though that can see the results, can see the polls, can see or just can't. Like can he not like does I'm all for disbelieving polls, right? Like polls are wrong
Oh,
all the time.
really?
But usually it's because it's by like 2, 3, 4, 5%, right? Like I don't know of much historical data of a 16-point deficit in a poll that a week or a month later is flipped on its head
Now, by the way, we
from one
should
of the most popular senators in the entire country.
yes, we should remind our listeners that you and I made the decision not to platform Royce White because of some of these delusions. And I would say to you, yeah, that editorial decision that's Breakdown with Brodkorb Becky made has turned out to be well founded because we were able to have a relatively drama free election cycle and didn't have to entertain that level of craziness. The fact that he's out there trying to claim that there's some confusion, this is someone who is just simply delusional.
Well, if you remember also earlier in the campaign cycle, he did participate. I don't remember what the basketball game was, but he wrote Trump won on his head. So
That's
he
right.
was also participating in that delusion.
Yes.
Because in case you're new here, Michael and I both strongly believe that um, President Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
In case
So,
you're new here, yes. In case you're new here, yes.
in
I
case you're
think
new
that this is. In case you're new here, yes. And what's also nice is you just are, Favre, Becky. You struggle sometimes with. I can just tell you always want to say the right thing. You just want to be nice to, and that's fine. That's great. I'm not being critical, but it's really tough to put that sentence together about Royce White and just say, "Buddy, you're just the lights on, but no one's home.
Yeah.
The driveway's not going all the way to the end of the street. You're a few sandwiches short of a picnic." But I just have to tell you something. I mean, I can't imagine where he is right now and what he's talking about because if he thinks that this election is close, it's not.
Yep. True.
Um,
Although I would really like more results to be popping here on this Secretary of State's website.
um, Imagine being the reporter that goes up to Royce White in an election and say, Royce, where did it go wrong? What should you have done this election cycle?
Yeah.
What should you have done? Where did it go wrong? Do you think you should have spent more time on social media? Did you raise enough money? Where are the people that are coming? Because it's interesting to see. And it's always good. Brian Strasser is out there fighting the good fight right now on social media, defending being that mature person that he is, being that person. It's just astounding. But it's always good to have Brian Strasser out there fighting the good fight. What we're waiting on right now is, and you said North Carolina was called?
Well, it's clearly not.
Becky, is it
Yep,
called or not?
I will say it's not called by Fox News, CNN, or the AP.
Are you calling it? Well, then who
No.
called it? Some relative that you have in North Carolina?
Well, no, one of my favorite Twitter accounts, which I apparently
Wait a
did not look
second.
that closely into.
You called it earlier.
Well,
Well, can we go through what your editorial process is to call states? We should have a
yeah.
little transparency. So you're just reading some Twitter account and you're calling
No,
states?
no, I literally did see I saw it and I thought it was the AP and I was mistaken. So no, it is not called. New York Times does have it as Trump 3 point up at 3.4 as the likely winner. He is with 70, just shy of 70% of votes in. He is up a 50. It's moving 51.8 to 47.1. It is looking Trump likely, but it is not called yet. That was my mistake.
So just like Florida in 2000, you're uncalling it. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, you're uncalling North Carolina. This is historic. Becky is uncalling the state of North Carolina. Just like
Uncalling.
Tom
still think it is gonna
Brokaw had to
be-
do with Florida, you are uncalling.
Correct.
The
I
state
am
of-
going to say I do think it looks very strongly like it's North Carolina, but it is too soon to call. It is too soon to call Georgia and North Carolina and Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Okay. Let's see. We're looking in we'll see. I'm going to take this opportunity to remind so far wow. So far from Aaron Booth on Twitter. Klobuchar seems to be running about 14 points out of Harris on the margin of where we have in Minnesota in the first hour. So she's running quite it. So we'll see what Minnesota's at.
Yeah. Also, in full disclosure, do you know that Aaron Booth is technically my stepbrother? His mom is married to my dad.
No, you can tell by my reaction. I didn't know that.
Yeah. 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 Fun fact. And Aaron does some great analysis. Follow him on Twitter. He's been great the last couple of election cycles. So he's one that I
No, I
follow
didn't
for
know
sure.
that,
But
Becky.
isn't that
Yes.
wild?
Yes. Any other relatives you want to call it right now? Any other? Yeah, just that'd be a
No.
good time for disclosure on that. That's fantastic. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He doesn't follow me on Twitter, which maybe you can bring up at the next family reunion.
All right. I'll let him know. Okay,
North
so I got it.
Go ahead.
I got to tell you. So the Twitter account that had called North Carolina that I mentioned before is at IA Polls 2022. Interactive Polls on Twitter. They have 223 followers or 223,000 followers. It's not some rinky-dink little thing. But in case nobody else has called it yet, but they also called Iowa for Trump. So I just wanted to
Who called Iowa for Trump? This Twitter
interactive
account?
poll. I need you to go look at them.
What's the Twitter account?
IA Polls.
At IA Polls
2022. They round up all the good stuff.
This is some rando. We have no idea who this is. This could be someone in Mother Russia, for all we know, Becky, and you're spreading it on this podcast, just like Tom Brokaw did in 2000 when he called Florida and then it had to be taken back. We have standards here. We have standards. Okay, so where are we at? So we are at 9:10 right now. 9:10 right now. What do we know? We know nothing. We know that Amy Klobuchar has been reelected to the United States. Let's start locally. What do we know? We know that you've had to withdraw an announcement on North Carolina. Okay, which is unprecedented in the history. What? You just didn't have any basis to make it.
Sure.
We had to pull that back, which is, oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Look who's here. Here comes funny guy.
Where's the addition? Where can you perform?
Gotta turn it down, big guy.
Trump, since he's the constant, he was on 20. For Donald Trump.
Oh.
We have John Rouleau.
In 2020, Donald Trump got more votes than he did in 2016.
Hey, John, you got to turn your TV down in the background. It's way too loud.
Oh, hold on. He's on mute while he does it.
I'm going to hide him for a second. We shall see where we're at. So we have, let's see, we have some results in the 2nd congressional district race.
What?
Angie
Let's
Craig
pull that
is
up.
up. Angie Craig is up. She has 59% of the vote rate. So let's see how many results do we have in?
Yeah,
We have
less than 6% in.
Do you want to call it like you did North Carolina?
No, I don't make the call. I wait for a verified Twitter account to do that.
Verified Twitter. I'm verified on Twitter.
Well, they just let anybody in these days.
Oh, come on. My family's watching. Jeez. Okay. John Rouleau was calling from a discotheque, I think. It was pretty loud where he was.
Well, somebody's got to be partying.
Let's see. We got to see where the results are. So,
Well, they called Colorado for Harris.
Whoa, big win, big win. Harris in Colorado. Okay. John Rouleau joining shortly. Yes,
Got it.
That's good. So we got that. Let's see. We are at, let's see where we're at in second. I'm curious about 2nd district.
So Georgia, we should know sooner than later. It looks like over 80% is in.
Are you waiting for the results to be? You waiting for the results from Moscow, from Putin's press office to tell you?
I'll
what
wait
it
for
is?
the AP or CNN to call it.
Yeah, not Russian news.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. I think John is back. Let's see where he's at. Start with the volume. John, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
You're live.
Hello.
How are we doing tonight?
Great.
We're having a great day. Becky, unfortunately, called the state of North Carolina prior to it being called officially. So we're undoing some of that damage. So let's try to have some editorial standards here, John, before we call states. Tell us
Well,
what
Decision Desk called North Carolina, what, an hour ago?
Great job, Becky.
That's what I said.
I don't think you did.
It did. I said, I read the tweet. It was Decision Desk HQ.
So John,
yeah,
where
Decision Desk HQ has that call in a long time ago.
So John, why don't you set the table for where we're at right now, election wise?
I mean, we are early in the evening, but right now I think you've got to rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. If I'm looking at kind of what's in, what's out, where she's running behind Biden from 2020, where Trump is outperforming. Yeah, he's clearly in the driver's seat right now.
Yep. It's early night, but I think that's a fair assessment.
I agree. John, as somebody who has vested interest and has been tracking our state races, are you going crazy not having a lot of the results in at the SOS's office and website so far?
Yeah, the results will come in when the results come in. We've got a couple of precincts in from races that we're watching. But by all accounts, they're counting, and rather have them get the results correct and get them out to us when they get to them. But I appreciate that the Secretary of State's office has made a decision to update the results on a predictable schedule, so they're releasing them every 10 minutes for Minnesota. So if it's 9:08, 9:18, 9:28.
They're doing it every 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, great. Now I can take a break for 9.5 minutes then. I've been refreshing it every 10 seconds.
No, it's every 10 minutes, and it's, if it ends with an 8, you'll get an update.
Look at that. Already showing us his worth.
That's fantastic.
Glad to help. Hopefully Michael's keyboard can have a little bit of a reprieve from getting the refresh button smashed over and over.
That's right. Are you subscribing to the school of thought that Royce White's the concern that Royce White's raising right now on social media, that his margin of loss is something that should be questioned?
I haven't seen anything that Royce has commented on,
Okay,
so I can't speak to what he's up to.
I appreciate it. That's a good answer. Let's see here. Right now, yes, the New York Times forecast puts Trump chance of winning at 75%. Electoral estimate Trump 291, Harris 247. So,
Well, I think the story of the night's that the New York Times got their needle working even without the help of the tech guild being on strike.
I was just mentioning that. I think it is fascinating. I was watching with bated breath whether it would be up or not, and seems to be working very well. And that is very exciting because I like to watch it.
yes. So the needle's working.
It is treating us well. John, we were talking with Senator Benson earlier. Got any good election day stories for us? Are you a day of voter? Are you an early voter?
So I always go on day of. I had the opportunity to go this evening with my wife and son. So he was very excited. He wanted to steal everybody's stickers. So he was pretty excited. He went home with 3 stickers. Voter 1,500 in our precinct in Minneapolis. So it was always fun to get to go do that. But I prefer to vote in person on election day. My ritual is mostly just trying to keep busy through the day and find something to do when there's not much left to do. And we just got some more results here in Minnesota. We'll take a look at where those are from real quick.
I like it. Doing my refresh here. Didn't bounce on my side. Oh, yeah, a little bit more in CD2. We're up to 6.2 in. Still nothing in CD3.
And nothing in the legislative races yet that we can see.
Not the main ones that I'm watching. Well, it looks like
Nothing in 45.
We got.
Looks like in 18A, they've got about 35% in. This is one that Democrats are looking to hold on to. The Republican is winning right now by 40 points. But again, 35% in, not a whole lot you can take from that without knowing what those districts are.
Let's take a look.
I've got too many tabs open.
So we have a little bit of Nicollet County came in. It looks like North Mankato is still out. Blue Earth County is still out. Let's see.
Yep. Man, if only we had more to share when it comes to the state results. But like you said, I'd rather than get them right than
Contrary
rush.
to what you did earlier with North Carolina. All of our listeners from North Carolina, I apologize for the 10 to 15 minute news where your state was erroneously called by my co-host.
Okay. I disagree.
Well, no, actually, you called it right.
Well, thank you.
That's right. I mean, you called it. Yes, it was.
I called it early, but
It wasn't-
Decision
it
Desk
wasn't-
was saying it.
It wasn't like Tom Brokaw who called it, withdrew it, called it again, and then withdrew it. That was in 2000. I don't know if either of you guys were alive back then, but
Sure were.
I just will say that according to my high-level sources, this is all going to come down to turnout. So that's what I think it's going to happen.
John, you had some good memes earlier about the constant influx of of texts of what you know, what you hearing, what you seeing, what you feeling. Gotta love it. You never
Always.
know until you know.
Always, it's, let's see what else we've got in.
Now, as we're kind of looking through this, John, what was your take on the Senate district? Do you think that Republicans have a chance to take that? Is it gonna be close? Not close? Michael and I thought it was gonna be close, and Michael thought it would be not so close.
I think as we kind of look at special elections, it's always important to remember special elections are special. That's when the stakes are kind of where they are, when there's there's not a whole lot of focus on other Senate districts. Really, anything could happen. The fundamentals of that district certainly are tough, but I think looking at, it's really a tale of two House districts where you've got a Republican leaning House district and a Democratic House district. So finding a way to thread that needle and seeing what happens with turnout in a presidential race. Are they able to, find those crossover voters? But anything can happen in a special election.
We have seen some crazy things happen in special elections, so that certainly is true. District of Columbia called for Kamala Harris.
Breaking.
Shockers.
Huge.
Let's see, what else do we have coming in?
The second district is somewhat surprising. I mean, Craig has 60% to Tarab 37%. And we only have 6.2% in, but we'll see what it is. Ohio, they've just awarded.
So
Ohio
I think
Ohio's Trump.
Looking at what is in that second congressional district, I believe that is Northfield that came in.
Which is a college town, which will be huge for the Democrats.
Yes.
I believe that's pretty much what's in that second congressional district.
John, what is your prediction on, we went through some of the historical data from the last couple of presidential cycles of when we found out, when it was officially called for the winner. Do you think we'll know by the weekend who is our next presidential candidate, or who is our next president?
Yeah, I think there were a lot of lessons that were learned from 2020. I think that looking at where things are being counted, where we're at right now, a lot of these areas have gotten a lot better at counting those absentee ballots that they were so overwhelmed with in 2020. It's not a COVID year. They don't need to take as many precautions with social distancing and things like that they had implemented. So I think that we'll get results quicker than we did in 2020. So I think we'll have a pretty good sense of where this is going later this evening, late into tonight, early tomorrow morning. And I think that we'll have a pretty definitive answer within the next day or so.
I would like to. Also, just a tweet that it was the first vote for both Gus Walz and Barron Trump. So that's pretty cute and exciting that they both got to go cast their ballot for their fathers. I mean, one would assume.
Here's a question here for you. We're getting some news about Iowa. It doesn't seem to be even remotely close to what was projected in the polls. What do we attribute that to?
Poll.
One poll, sorry.
Yeah, so looking at what Ann Seltzer and the Des Moines Register do with their poll, notoriously, she does not really believe in waiting. She will weight her surveys to age, gender, and make sure that age and gender matches up for the congressional district that you live in. But there's no party weight. There's no education weight. The likely voter screen is very tight. And when you're dealing with a survey like that, and focused on random digit dialing, which used to be kind of the norm, but now with response rates going down so far, it's a risky business to try and create a sample that way when you're sitting and I think there was throughout this cycle we saw that there was a hyper response amongst college educated Democrats, particularly postgraduate degrees, those with postgraduate degrees, and then there's always the kind of non-response that we get from kind of the Republican voters. And then the fact that she was in the field post Madison Square Garden, there's this thing called deferential non-response, where essentially the take is that you're less likely to talk to a pollster when there's bad news about your candidate in the news. So all of those things, not waiting to education, not waiting to party, not making sure that you're getting enough Republicans in that sample. You might be talking to enough, voters in any of those age ranges, but if they're all Democrats, it's really going to mess with your sample. So I think there's a lot of people who have been trying to crack the nut on how do you get accurate polling. But she really is kind of a traditionalist and tries to go with the non-weighting. And we saw a really substantial difference in surveys that weighted for education and party affiliation this election cycle compared to those that just weighted for age and gender.
So do you think that the structure of that poll will change going forward if the results hold up?
I certainly don't want to speak for Ann Seltzer. She's got a
I'm not asking you.
Strong track record.
Okay.
But she's got a strong track record in Iowa, right? So do you take that and say, we have a, it's a 3.5% margin of error 95% of the time? Do you say this is the 5% and keep it kind of going? Or do you say that the polling industry has changed, right? If you used to have to make 100 calls to get a survey, and now you've got to make, 3,000, 4,000 calls to get a survey.
Yep.
That's not an efficient way to do a poll anymore.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Well, I think, and a lot of people have said it was an outlier. And so I think it's still, it stuck out. People looked at it. And so I think there's going to have to, there's a little bit of history of that, particularly in Minnesota. We, Star Tribune did a bunch of polls in the 78 race that were completely ridiculous. They shut down their polling for, I don't think they did any in 80 to revamp that. So there is a little bit of history, particularly in where, media outlets will pause and reflect. There just was a lot of discussion about that poll in the last few days. And so, there's one side of it's glad that she released it, but I think there's a lot of people that can look at that and just say something wasn't right in the methodology.
Yeah. And I think that's a fair thing to say, but, as you kind of look at what is her track record, I don't know that she'll want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Sometimes you just get a bad survey, right? Sometimes you do get an outlier. And that's baked in, right? They talk about the confidence interval that you're within that margin of error, 95 times out of 100, but that still leaves 5 times out of 100 that you're going to have a big miss.
Yeah. Well, we
got a couple more results in here.
Go ahead.
While you're looking at that, it's not called on CNN yet, but Decision Desk did just call Georgia for Trump. With about 91% in, he is up by about a little over 3% on CNN right now. Is looking, New York Times ticker has that as very likely coming in. It is.
John, what did you see? What did you see for results, John?
Scattered around the state, still not a ton in. I guess we'll wait 6 more minutes and see what we get.
So Georgia, we're making the editorial decision Decision desk is what we're going with, and so we're putting Georgia as a Trump win.
Yes.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Two big states there, North Carolina and Georgia for him.
Yep.
Pennsylvania
means-
has just shy of 60 in, Wisconsin just over 50. Both are showing as a toss-up on New York Times. Michigan is just 23% in. We're still waiting on lots. Next polls close here on the West Coast in just under 30 minutes.
Let's go back to that Iowa poll for a second. I just want to say something. One of the challenges I have is polling has gotten different and it's changed. And one of the things that I would say is that can really have an impact on the mood, the tenor of campaigns. And so independent of whether there's an education program that needs to be done for people to understand that polls are a snapshot in time, what that does do is it gives the indication of where the state is at. And that can have an impact. It could really, truly have an impact. And so independent of what the Des Moines Register does, the reality is that a poll came out that showed that Harris, I think, was up 3 points in the state. And that doesn't bear itself out with the election results as they are right now. And I think it's responsible for media outlets to say, okay, here's where we polled the race. Here's where it was. Reason why I bring that up is because, in the past I had concerns, and when I did some work with the state party, had concerns with some of their polling, the Star Tribune's polling, and how they consistently under polled Republicans. And they've revamped some of their polling since that time. But that kind of thing can have a real impact on statewide efforts, the mobilization, the enthusiasm. Now, I think it's fair to say, and I defer to both of you to push back if I'm wrong, but I think once that poll came out, I think both sides had said, we don't know. I remember Jeff Zeleny saying specifically on CNN, I've spent a lot of time in the state. I would be shocked if that's where it ends up. I think both campaigns were like, we don't think that that's where this race is at, but the Des Moines Register still ran with it. And I think that if we're looking at a way in which to build confidence with the voter in terms of the media, in terms of the election results, I think it would be wise for the Des Moines Register to explain how they got to that poll and do it in a transparent way, because these election results, I think the tension level is high, and it would be good for people to kind of have that level of transparency just to build results, to build some trust with people as to where things are going.
I think one thing that I really appreciate about the Des Moines Register poll is that they are very transparent in their methodology. They publish that online. Less so with their crosstabs, because they want to be the ones who tell the story about what's in the survey. They're very protective of the crosstabs. They don't release those. I think in this case, it might make sense to do that. But I think talking through what can go wrong when you're creating a survey, what can go wrong with getting a sample, because I don't think anybody believes that's where the race was, but I don't think they put their thumb on the scale in any way, right? She very much stays out of the data, and the data is what it is. But explaining that's what it was of the people who we talked to, I think would be helpful.
And John, if you were with the Des Moines Register, and you're not, but just if you were, what would you have done? Have you been in a situation where you've gotten polling back? We all have a little bit of spidey sense. When we work on campaigns, we get some spidey sense. But if you had gotten that poll, put yourself, for our listeners, a bit, you have, aside from, and Becky too, feel free to, both of you jump in. You guys both have have developed kind of a feel of where the races are at and stuff. If you had gotten a poll back and it said, I remember, for instance, being on Mark Kennedy's race in 2006 when Klobuchar first ran for the United States Senate. And there was a Star Tribune poll that came out that I think it had like 20 some points. I remember there just being outrage in the office because people are like, there's no way that's where the race is at. But the Star Tribune in that particular instance was somewhat right. What would you have, if you've been on a campaign where you've gotten poll results back where you've been like, this is garbage? Or explain a little bit of that, because I think one of the stories I think that's going to come from this election cycle, of many of the stories I think, is going to be about polling and whether things are right and whether things are wrong. And I think that Iowa poll, the Des Moines Register, is going to get some focus. But maybe explain to our listeners a little bit from a polling standpoint. Have you ever been in a situation where you got to pull back and you're like, this is shocking, or you didn't believe it, or something like that?
Sure, yeah. I mean, you get surprising results all the time, right? We wouldn't do surveys if we knew what it was going to say. We have a guess and look at it that way, but I don't think that anybody would do a poll if they, felt pretty confident that they knew what it would say. But in this case, I think there's the polling side and thinking that you kind of know better, but there's also the journalistic integrity side.
Yep.
And I think I would have concerns with a news outlet deciding that they were going to spike a poll because they weren't confident in the results. If you did the poll, if you go through it, if you go through the process and have not messed with it, I think you have to kind of put it out. Because otherwise you're dealing with trust the other way. And are we only going to report things that, we think are, within the kind of that realm? And, when you don't really know, that's when you end up with a situation where, pollsters are hurting to a result that's safe and comfortable. And, I don't think that's a good thing either. So, a little bit of education explaining kind of what happens with them. But good on them for actually releasing it and not just spiking that poll or messing with it until they got a result that they wanted.
But John, let me just follow up for a second. Is it possible to do a poll and have it be sound from a data standpoint, from a methodology, and have it give you a bad result?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So that's that confidence interval that we were talking about, right? So that margin of error is only the case, 95 times out of 100. 5 out of 100 times, your result is going to be outside of that margin of error. So, the other thing that I think, as you look at it, people see that the margin of error is, 3.5%, but they don't realize that that's 3.5% for each of those numbers, right?
Correct.
So, if Harris was up 3, well, okay, so if we drop her 3.5% and we increase Trump by 3.5, we've got a 7-point swing.
Yep.
So you've got him, in the low single digits. So, but then you still have that confidence interval, not counting survey design. So, you just get outliers, you get bad samples every once in a while, and it just, you talk to who you can talk to, and you make the best guesses that you can based on the data.
But you're on the side of media outlets should run that poll when they get it back.
I think so. I think just if they started to put surveys kind of in their pocket and if they started to kind of, spike surveys that they didn't like the outcome of, I think that you start to have some of those trust issues. And we already know that trust in the media is at record lows. So I think it's really dangerous when we start to get into those conversations about what should they report, not report, because they, don't like or don't trust their outcomes.
Yep. I think you made some really good points. Becky, your take.
No, I agree. I think, like John said, if we knew what the results were going to be, we obviously wouldn't need the polls. And so I think that there is a reason when you have a methodology that they obviously believe in and stand behind to release those results.
Yep.
I'm sure we'll see something come out from them explaining a little bit more of why that comes, because like you said, that track record, is there. It's not just a one-off situation. As we're saying this, all the major news networks have called Iowa for Donald Trump right now. So clearly that was not true, but we see incorrect polls all the time. And I think that you have laid this out better than I ever could. So I really appreciate your insight. I'm sure that you've also looked at more polls this year than Michael and I have combined over the last few cycles. I know that's something that you have a lot more insight and intel on. But I agree. I think it was. I'm glad that they released it. I think it was interesting to talk about and to see, and just didn't break that way.
Yep. And I think John, can you just explain one more time for our listeners on that margin of error? Because I think that gets lost sometimes.
Yeah, so the margin of error is on each of those numbers, right? So if you've got a top line number where Trump is at 44 and Harris is at 47, that means that Trump is somewhere between, if it's a 3% margin of error, Trump is somewhere between 41 and 47. And if Harris was at 47, that means she's at somewhere between 44 and 50. So there's some overlap there in where they cross over. But that could be anything from a 9-point margin in Harris's favor if it's 50 to 41, or it could be a Trump 47 to Harris 44.
Yep, absolutely. And I think
so. It's a much bigger range once you actually start to factor that in, because it goes both ways.
That's a really great point, John. And I totally agree with Becky's compliments of you. You know polling, and I'm so glad that you're on tonight and be able to discuss it, because I think there'd be a good discussion after the fact. Becky, as you may have heard, John, loves a good autopsy, loves a good post-mortem.
Postmortems are important to do.
Yes, and I think breaking down some of this polling would be good. And I can think of no one better than you to do that, help with us, because I think you've really explained it to our listeners. I think people get confused sometimes as to what polls show. And I appreciate you offering your perspective on that.
I do want to be mindful of your time, though, John. I know we probably only have you for a couple more minutes here.
What?
Yeah,
it's only 9:44. I was expecting John at least to carry us through to the midnight hour.
Well, I'll try and jump back on at some point here a little later on if you guys are still up and going.
All right. Any final thoughts you want to share?
No, we're just trucking along. We got a couple more precincts, but still just a smattering throughout the state. So I think it'll be a little bit at a time, and then all at once is kind of what I'm expecting from Minnesota. So keep an eye on that, and we'll be in touch.
John, I want to just give a shout out. Where are you on Twitter at?
It's at John_Rouleau.
And I want to thank you again, not only for coming on tonight, but all the times you've come on this past season. You've been one of our most frequent guests. Your insight, your analysis, I've learned so much from having you on. And I'm so appreciative of you taking time tonight, just like I'm polling everything. You were just a wealth of knowledge. I just want to say thanks. You got a busy night. You got a lot going on, and you took time out of your night. And if you're around later on, I want to come back on, you're always welcome on. But I want to just say on this live stream how much I've just appreciated having you come on and just talk and explain things. I'm smarter because of you. And so I just want to say thanks and really appreciative of it.
Well, thank you thanks for the opportunity to come on and talk with you and your viewers, your listeners, and always happy to join and provide what little insight I have to offer.
So
come on. All right. Thanks, man.
We'll chat soon.
Yeah, bye-bye. He is wicked smart.
Right? I know.
He's just wicked smart. He's really wicked smart. And I got to just say to you, he is someone who he's just wicked smart. And that's just one of the benefits of having him on this podcast and having access to smart people. I don't consider myself smart, but I know smart people. And John is one of those people that I just think is wicked smart. I think he'd be great on that kind of post-mortem, because you and John both love a post-mortem. I think it'd be good to explain that stuff, because he is just someone who as we've noted before, he's been on damn near 6-7 times this year.
Oh, at least.
And when he's on, I don't talk that much because he's so smart. And I think it would be really fascinating, particularly because, as I've mentioned to you before, Becky, this election, I'm going to be most curious about some of the results, where we're at, how these things break out. and having John to come on and explain, just like he did on polling. And just that, he's just wicked smart. And I hope our listeners follow him. I consider him just to truly be one of the smartest, center right operatives in this state. And it's just a treat to have him come on and break things down. And his perspective on that polling was fantastic. And hope to have him come on after the election.
Yeah, Larry Hogan just lost his Senate seat in Maryland.
Is that
Just
surprising to you?
I don't think it was a huge tell there, but he has got good name ID in the state, got very well known. Just some of these are being called coming in right now, not surprising. Gillibrand won in Senate in New York.
Yeah, I think that this is so we're at so Ted Cruz won. That was a big I know you volunteered on that race. Congratulations for all your work to help elect Senator Ted Cruz back to the United States Senate for our listeners. That was great. Becky, it is 9:48. I hope you can stick with us a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But you just let me know when you're ready to go. I don't know do you want to prematurely call any more states? You ready to call
I got
election?
no more wins right now. Although I'll just give some more updates from Decision Desk. They have more than half of the vote reporting. Donald Trump has a 63% chance to get Wisconsin.
That's interesting.
That is interesting.
So as I see it right now, and please correct me if I'm wrong, which you have no problem doing. Harris needs to win. So as of right now, I don't believe Georgia has been called. Have you called Georgia?
The Decision Desk did. New York Times has not. CNN has not.
Pick a side, Becky. Pick a side. What are we using?
Well, I like to have my resources.
Are you going Decision
So
Desk or?
I mean, so right now, if we want to hold off from an official call, I'll give the facts, and the facts are 91% of votes in on New York Times. Trump is up by 3% in Georgia. They have the needle as very likely are, and so I feel pretty good saying that that's going to be a Trump win. Same with North Carolina. Pennsylvania, they still has as a toss-up, 64% in, and that one's too close to call. Wisconsin, they give the lean R on New York Times. Michigan, they give a lean R as well. So here, with New York, even if we do consider New York Times, or I'm sorry, North Carolina and Georgia as called per the Decision Desk, Harris really needs to come through in that Rust Belt there. The Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin states really need to lean her way, and it's yet to be determined what that is. New Mexico was 69% in. Harris is up by 8. Arizona with 53% in is neck and neck. There are literally less than 3,000 votes separating the two.
Yep, absolutely. As of right now, as I see it, and just to be consistent, I'm watching CNN. They have the Trump at 207. You need 270 to win. Harris is at 91 electoral votes. I'm no math major, but I think Trump is in the lead. She needs to win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan in order to balance this out. And so we'll see where things are at right now. But as of right now, it's trending towards a Trump win.
It certainly is.
Becky, can we talk about that for a second?
Yeah.
So what's the future of the podcast if I'm in a re-education camp?
Well, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think the future of the podcast, we continue to have the conversations. I think there's still going to be plenty to discuss, regardless of who is president. I think we can remain, as we talked about in the first, 30 minutes of this podcast, that I think both of us want the country to do well, want the president, whoever that is, to do well for families and businesses and all of us. And, so I hope that we can continue to have good, decent conversations with folks on both sides of the aisle. I'm hopeful, tipping my hat of which side I sit on here at the state legislature, but I'm hopeful that Republicans take back the House and we're able to have some balance there. I mean, there's going to be so much to discuss, to talk about at all levels of government, regardless of whether the outcome is right, left, or center tonight. I will say I am a little surprised how quickly some of these results are coming in and how much they're leaning right, how much they're leaning Trump. It's certainly there's a lot that still can happen, right? There's a lot that still can happen, and we definitely need to be mindful of that. That regardless of what the tickers and the polls and the likelihoods and the betting is all saying, there's still a lot of votes out there to be counted. There's still a lot of states yet to be called, but
Part of
it is trending.
Yes, I want to say something. I had a number of people, and I had a number of people that reached out to me when I said I was going to do a live stream before we announced it, and they said, "Are you sure you want to do that? Are you sure you want to do that?" And I honestly, aside from being here, this is the perfect place in which to have this news break, because I truly believe, and I've mentioned this multiple times before, that it's this podcast. And I would say the conversations I've had with my wife over the last 10 plus years that have really recentered my kind of political compass. And it is because I think some people are like, "Well, what if Trump wins? Are you going to have some breakdown? Are you going to like they actually thought I was, remember we talked about that, they actually thought I was going to have a breakdown on the air and talk about this. I do have, which we can talk about it at a later point, depending on how this election turns out. I have been consistently saying it is a flip of a coin, and that means anyone could win. And I've been saying that consistently. And one thing I will say is how I am on this podcast is what I truly am. I'm not trying to spin or project. If Trump wins, I have a lot of concerns, and we can talk about that at a later point. A lot of concerns that I have, but your and I's conversations, particularly when it comes to politics on this podcast, this is very grounded, and this helps balance the political conversation, and this is where I want to be when these results are coming in, because this is happening in real time as we're talking, and obviously I took a position that I didn't want Donald Trump to win. But one thing I will say, and I think this is interesting to note, people have asked me, well, if Trump doesn't win, how will you feel? You will have picked wrong. I said, this isn't a sporting event. This isn't like fantasy football or pick'em league where, Becky, you're wrong all the time. I'm just joking. This isn't like a sporting event. This isn't like Saturdays. This isn't like Sunday's game where it was the Vikings versus the Colts. And I want to remind our listeners that your husband picked the Colts. Now, he may regret that decision, but I certainly don't, picking the Vikings. And that's different than politics. We choose to pick sides based on who we believe in. This isn't a this isn't a betting market.
Right.
I proudly staked a flag based on who I believed would best represent this country. This election is not over yet. There's still a lot of information to learn here yet tonight. But based on the trends, it seems that Donald Trump might be the next president of the United States. That I knew that coming in, and I'm proud of the fact that I've staked that flag and can have that conversation. But that's something that we should just note. And I just appreciate you being so grounded in having that space, because this isn't like a football game.
Right.
This isn't like, a football game. We have a guest now with us.
We do.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
This guy, Julius, is here now.
Good to see you
Julius,
guys.
by the way, thank you for joining us. By the way, this started at 7:30.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It's now 9:56.
Julius, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, Becky and the bald guy. The bald guy is being really salty right now.
No, not wow. By the way, Julius, you missed it earlier. Becky called the state of North Carolina, and then we had to pull it back. So
okay.
Yes.
He's not taking my calls following the Decision Desk HQ as as legitimate. He is fully bought into his Democrat leanings and only will follow
Oh,
MSNBC and CNN. So if they don't
here
call
we're
it,
going.
it doesn't matter.
Julius, you missed it earlier. We had first of all, we had State Senator Michelle Benson with us earlier, who's just delightful, offers some kind of initial perspective.
Yeah.
And we had a great segment with John Rouleau, who offered
Okay.
some polling, his perspective on polling. We had a really good conversation about polling, and particularly this Iowa poll, where the results had come back. And as you know, there was some discussion on some Des Moines Register stuff, and
Yeah.
John also is excited about a good postmortem, just like Becky is. And so at some point after this election is over with, the next week or so, probably have you come back and we'll kind of do that kind of autopsy on what kind of happened and where things went. But tell us
Yeah.
where you see the race right now.
Yeah, I mean, I took like an hour break, right, to save democracy and
Must be nice.
teach children volleyball. So
Good
that's
for
why I was
you.
late. Yeah. I needed to take a break from the news because I've been watching since 9 a.m. and us Democrats, we can get into Armageddon mode really quick. So I don't know. I mean, listen, here's the reality, right? From what I'm seeing right now, we're in the same position that we were in 2020, which was by this time at night, everyone was really scared because it looked like Donald Trump was up and there was no coming back, right? But there's still a lot of votes to be counted. There's still a lot of votes in urban centers and mail-in ballot votes that haven't been counted. And so I think there's no reason to like freak out right now. What I will say is I know that the Harris campaign is getting a little silent and the Trump campaign is feeling confident. But again, this is where we were in 2020. Everyone and Michael helped me to see this a little bit earlier as well. But like this was always going to be a tight race. It's always going to be a tight race, and so this is not going to be called tonight, I don't think. And I think it would be very drastic for anyone to start freaking out right now. Now, if we get to tomorrow and we still have the margins we do in Pennsylvania and some of these in North Carolina and some of these other places, right, then we have a little bit of reason to caution. But just to finish that thought, I mean, Harris doesn't need North Carolina. She doesn't need Georgia. She doesn't need those.
Yeah,
And
Becky.
there was really
All
no, and
right.
there was really no expectation that they were going to win. There was hope, but there was an expectation. She needs the blue wall, and there's no. I mean, to me, there's no indication at this moment that is out of grasp. It's slowly becoming her only option, but it's not something that I think is out of grasp yet. So yeah. So I guess I hope that provides some context for where my head is
Becky,
at.
yeah, let me ask you both this since we're kind of in this hour. What is talk to me, because what's kind of interesting, I'm just kind of realizing is we don't have any spazzes on this podcast, for lack of a better phrase. Nobody freaking out. eh, Give to our listeners a little bit of on election night, some of the rolling emotions that happen. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but Becky, but we're now into 10 o'clock. I will certainly say to our listeners that there have been some times when I have been, and I can certainly say in 2010, things were quite volatile. I certainly was. I remember the 2000 election. I wasn't working for a presidential race, but I was following that. This is a real roller coaster. But what I think is so interesting, Becky, and this applies to Julius too, but I just want to compliment you on this. The people that we've had on, this is, this is kind of flowing here. Are you seeing I mean, I know that I've been with some people on election night that practically needed to be institutionalized because the pressure would just get to them, and they were like Kevin Bacon in Animal House screaming all is well. 10 o'clock on an election night, where you usually can kind of, maybe you were institutionalized, I don't know, but I certainly remember when I was working on that first race in 96, while the race was called at 8:01, I was certainly pretty nutty around 7:50.
Yeah, man. I mean, I can tell you, to be perfectly honest, I have had a variety of everything. You've been in the
Yep.
depths of no results, just like some of these races still that we're looking at some of these, especially state legislative seats with still 0% of the precincts where these folks are just dying trying to get a hold of their different counties or
Yep.
sending folks literally there to see if they can find an open door and find somebody who can give them some results, which I don't really think happens as much these days. But But by 10 o'clock, on election night, I have vomited from nerves. I have cried. I have celebrated. I've had taken shots of whiskey. I mean, it's at this
Hey,
point,
that's great to hear. That's
it
a
has
good
been
story.
a whole wide range of all of the good, bad, and ugly that can come. It's a tough thing. I mean, these campaign staffers are people, and Julius, you've literally just lived and breathed this, but this is
Yeah.
something that your goal, like Senator Benson was saying, your goal is you're sitting there on election night thinking, I did everything in my power. We
Yep.
worked tirelessly. We met voters. We did interviews. We raised money. We did everything in our power to be in the best possible position. And whether that means win or lose, it just simply is what it is. And that's the goal, is to sit there comfortable knowing that there's not a whole lot more you could have done.
Mhm.
But man, I am somebody who lives with quite a bit of anxiety, just a general anxiety on a daily basis. So when you're looking at election night,
Yep.
it is everything. And usually at this point, you're also heavily caffeinated. So you've over
Yes.
caffeinated and you're
Yeah, that's
shaking
true.
and you're just haven't eaten anything other than probably some Taco Bell or McDonald's, nothing to
Oh, sounds so
actually
good right
settle your
now.
stomach or feel good. Um, it's a rough spot to be in, and
Yeah.
it's tough because, again, you've spent either the last 90 days. I mean, I've worked on campaigns where I jumped on the day before the primary, so work the last 90 days of the campaign. I've done it where I've been on for 11 months. I've done 4 months. I've done everything in between, 16 months. um, you live and breathe and put your heart, sweat, and tears into this, and it's really tough because you really do, I mean, hopefully buy what you're selling, and so to come out not on top is just heartbreaking. And I've had some, rough weeks and months after elections as well, where you have to pick yourself back up. So it's a really, really tough spot, and a lot of times these are some young folks who are really, really breathing and buying what they're selling, which is a good thing, right?
Yep.
That's a good thing that you're out there. Julius, I have to imagine, well, you're younger and haven't had, you know, a decade plus of time doing this. You've seen that roller coaster pretty well and pretty recently as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this is political people's Super Bowl, and then it's also like, getting kicked in the nuts 110 times, like,
Hey,
in a
this
row.
my mom is watching.
Sorry, Mrs. Brodkorb. But like like you said, it's a rough that now I think people are watching this now play out live are experiencing what campaign people experience on a daily basis. And so it's going to be like you said, it's a roller coaster, and you're trying to figure it all out as you go. But um one thing I've learned in my short time in politics, which feels like a lot, is like, just take a deep breath. Like you said, there's nothing really more we can do. There's nothing really more the campaigns can do, and so it's just about trusting that voters saw through the messaging, saw the end of the messages, and decided, hey, this is my person or this is not. Um, you know, I'm still, even this is the first time in 8 years I haven't worked a midterm or a regular, presidential cycle, and so it's a little odd for me to be out of it. Um, but yeah, it's a really tough. It's still even tough now. I'm watching. I mean, I have CNN pulled up right in front of me, and I'm still like, shaking a little bit. I don't know if I'll sleep too much tonight, um, but yeah.
I want to admit something that I think maybe my wife knows, but I'll admit now on air. I vomited in '96. I was Becky, when you said it, I'm like, I'm going to share that story. I remember puking in the bathroom around 6:30 before 7 because I was so racked with nerves. And so
Mhm.
I wanted to acknowledge that I certainly have been there and vomited and gotten nervous. I put lawn sign. I mean, that's one of the things. Election day can be a tough day for people, and
Mhm.
it's one thing is idle hands are the devil's maker, and
Yeah,
so it's good to have activities that people can do, holding lawn signs, doing lawn sign visibility, um,
yeah.
just making calls, doing things, being out there. There were people door knocking today. I was doing some calls today as a volunteer with Harrison Walls. doing things just to trying to be active. But it's basically it's a Super Bowl. And here's the other thing: the challenge with it being the Super Bowl analysis is correct, except you don't get to go on the field to play. As
Right.
As Ken Brockman said, I've said it before and I'll say it again: democracy simply doesn't work.
Mhm.
I certainly believe it does, but this is a challenge, and Becky, and we all know this, which is, we put up. None of our names have ever been on lawn signs before, and we're not candidates ourselves. We set everything up for others to implement.
Mhm.
And we have to have the faith in people to show up sometimes. And sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. But I certainly have gone through, I remember in 96 just being a wreck, an absolute wreck in 96 on that first election. I remember 98 just after, because I had that terrible experience in 96 where I was like, I vomited and was concerned as to what I was going to do. And then they called it 801. So I volunteered in 1998 to be somewhere where I could see some results. And then it got even worse because I saw the results come in. I had to go back and break it to people and then sit there and watch it happen. Then in 2000, eventually I've kind of learned to kind of mellow and, and kind of deal with it. But I couldn't imagine right now being an operative and how punchy, who you get a phone call from, what you get. This is real stakes aside from democracy being on the ballot and the stakes of who will be the leader of the greatest country in the world. There are people who have dedicated their lives to making sure, and this is a huge day, and there's a lot of stress. And so my compliments to anyone who has the heart and the soul and the stamina to get through this. Julius, I should just point out, it's after 10 o'clock. I do hope you have permission to be up this late. It's after 10 o'clock. If you need a note from someone, let me know.
Michael, I think that you're actually the nursing home usually is about to put you to sleep right
Oh,
now. So
wow.
Ooh.
My mom has heard that, and so yes, that's a challenge. Absolutely.
They just
Becky,
called CD7 for Michelle Fishbach, going back for yet
there you
another
go.
term. Very exciting. Don't think it was a huge surprise there, but she is a great servant for the 7th Congressional District. I'm a big fan. So very glad to see that one officially called.
yes.
Is there any I haven't seen CD, is there any movement in CD2 in terms of results? I haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah. Yes. We're waiting on that. Becky's got to take a short break for a second. We're waiting on that right now. Julius, I learned some intel from John Rouleau, who was just a fountain of information, particularly about pulling on the Secretary of State's office is updating, I think, every 10 minutes,
Okay.
roughly every 10 minutes, which was great information because John has helped save my wrist because I was refreshing it the entire time. But yeah, give a take for our listeners, what you're looking at right now, what you're seeing in terms of results and other type of stuff, where you're at.
Yeah, so I mean, what I'm looking at the country, I'm looking at the country right now and just kind of looking at Georgia, looking at New Mexico, looking at Michigan and Pennsylvania, right? The biggest thing I'm seeing right now is Harris so far is not underperforming Biden in the suburbs in Georgia, at least from what I can see compared to 2020. So the biggest thing too, I was just telling some people because I got some text saying like, hey, I'm getting a little nervous, is like there's still a lot of ballots out there that haven't been counted that are primarily from urban areas. And so I think one of the things that we need to like keep an eye on is when those like overnight ballots start getting counted, what's the margin for Dems and Republicans, and is Trump doing any better, or is Kamala doing any worse than Biden
Yeah.
did in 2020, right? So like she's winning New Mexico pretty easily with 70% of the vote in 30% in Michigan. She's up 3 points right now, 3.4 points. You know, so and Pennsylvania, I mean, is at 60 something percent, and I think or 58%, and still they haven't gotten all the results from the mail-in ballots and some of those other things. So yeah, I mean, dude, it's gonna be a long night. I think it's gonna be a really long night, and I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't get called in for another day or two. But
And Julie, she missed that Becky's committed to we're just going to keep the live stream going until that time. Just do
I don't.
this. I am too pretty wired, Becky. I'm surprised. This is just this is probably one of my funnest election nights. I have to be honest. This has been, Julius. I was saying earlier before you got on that some people were because I had staked out a claim in this election. They were like, "You're having a podcast. What happens if things go bad?" And this has really become just a safe space.
Yeah.
And I'm so appreciative to have these discussions because I'm not going to have a breakdown. And as we're watching this, but it's just fun to talk because we're seeing these results come in. But yeah, I'm pretty wired right now. I'm generally I have a timer set on my calendar, a no caffeine after 3 o'clock, and so we're way past that time. So I'm way I've had I've my favorite soda is caffeine free Coke. Oh, we got a Chuck. We have a Chuck
We
sighting.
got Chuck. Chuck is here hanging out, watching results come in with me.
So I've had absolutely caffeinated. I've been drinking the hard stuff today, which is soda, a sugar caffeinated soda to stay awake. I also take a nap. What's the deal, Julius? We were talking about this. Becky, I want to go back to this for a second. Florida's a bigger state than in terms of population. They can count their and again, I'm not being critical of anyone on election night. I'm not being critical of any Secretary of State, any election worker, any volunteer at all. I'm not in any way. But there's something to be said about these states that can call these results faster. And Becky, I want to ask this of you first. I know I do not believe that there has been any measurable speed in all the years. So I first got involved 30 years ago. I remember watching election results in 94. I don't see any measurable speed in getting results that I can remember, any advancement in speed. Now the internet's on the computer everywhere, but there's still this slow results coming in. Don't you think? Again, not taking shots at any election worker. Don't you think maybe Minnesota we could find a way to get the results a little faster? Anyone? This is live.
I mean, yes. I think that if they can do it in some of the states, I don't understand why they can't do it in all of the states. I understand ballots are different. I understand all of that, but it just seems like there should be some consistency in that.
We have a tight yes. So if we go to MN2 for a second, we have 20% of the total in 19.3. Angie Craig is up by just a squeaker.
Oh gosh, what's the percentage?
She's up 49.7. Just under 2.
Oh,
and Thomas Bowman has 2.4% of the vote. The constitutional conservative.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is listen. Now you're freaking me out a little bit, Michael. I mean, I think
it's a safe space, man. Don't freak out. Remember what I told you about Old Country Buffet?
You did. I used the buffet with my friends to describe how we should not freak out too. So I did steal that, by the way. I didn't use Old Country Buffet, but
you should tell Becky what I said.
Golden Corral.
He was just using a Old Country Buffet way to explain, like, some of the parts are going to be bad, some of the parts are going to be good. Yeah, some of the Jello is going to be really bad, and some of the steak might be good. If it's Golden Corral, it's probably not, but that's all right. So, I mean, the other thing too, I'm curious about, and maybe you guys can tell me what you think because you're more seasoned than I am. No offense, Michael, for your age. That's an age shot. But what has there ever been, besides maybe 2020, which different terms, like an election where you guys felt like, oh crap, this could go either way? Or have you always gone into an election thinking, yeah, I already kind of have a good feeling of where we're going to be at the end of the night?
I would say, I mean, for me, on the presidential scale, I mean, I think 16 and 20 were both ones that I sat there very unsure.
Yeah.
I think when we look at presidential prior to that in my voting history from 04, 08, and 12, they were, I think, pretty easy to share. But we talked about it a little bit earlier. So my first big campaign was Emmer's governor's race in 2010, which went to a recount, and it wasn't as long as the 08 recount, but the 08 recount between Coleman and Franken was also a really big one. And Michael, you can maybe speak to a little bit more of what the expectation was going into that one. But I was an intern at the state party during that election, and sitting there on election night. That was wild, and that recount went on.
Yes, I'm just pulling out a copy of one of my favorite books by Jay Weiner. This is not Florida. How Al Franken won Minnesota Senate recounts, which is on my bookshelf in my library. Yeah, it's amazing. I would say yes, Becky. I would agree with you on 16 and 20. That I went into 16. I was convinced that there was no way Trump would win in 16.
Right.
I lost a bet in terms of having to buy people because I just did not think he would win in 16. And in 20, I kind of learned my lesson in 16 about what to expect. But I was convinced that Clinton was going to win in 16, without any question. And then I was kind of figured out kind of where my biases were and what I was thinking on stuff right now. But we'll see. I notice just an FYI. I'm noticing Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where I had campaigned with Vice President Harris. She has a lead right now in Bucks County with 51% of the vote in. She has a 49.7 to so she's underperforming what Biden did, but it's still early in the night.
Yep.
So we shall see. As of right now, Trump right now.
Yeah, with just over 50% in, I mean, they are literally under 1,500 votes separating them in Pennsylvania.
It does. So,
new projection coming in.
Oh boy.
Oh, no, nothing. I mean, Harris wins Oregon. Not sorry. They give you the whole CNN projection awaiting coming in, and then sorry, that was anticlimactic.
That's okay. So I think it's
really thought Trump was going to get Oregon.
I would say this to you. I would say this. I think it's fair to say, Becky, and please disagree if you think I'm wrong. So 16 and 20, I think we both were kind of like what was going to happen. But I think it's fair to say, and I would say this to you. When I was working on the Boschwitz race in 96, I never thought we were going to win the election because it was just that I understood the mechanics of an election. There's a difference between me being surprised that it was called at 8:01 and me thinking that they were going to win. I thought it was going to have a little bit more fun that night, and just in terms of like but they just were like, and it was over with, and it was brutal, and it was done. And so I try to be a realist about elections. I try to not spin myself, not spin those around, and I've been calling this a flip of a coin since for a very, very long time. And it's turning out to be exactly what I thought it would be. And so I'm not sitting here. And I'm not sitting here and having a breakdown. This is playing out exactly.
One other one that was surprising to me is when I was involved in the Romney 2012 campaign, and I was based in the state of Wisconsin, and that was one that obviously they invested in Wisconsin based on the 2008 election and how things were trending, and Wisconsin really starting to be kind of a battleground state at that time. And we got our butts kicked. I mean, it was called really early. I don't remember what the numbers were. If it was 8, 9, 10% that Romney lost Wisconsin to Obama. And that one really kind of hurt us. I don't think we thought that Romney was maybe going to really take it off, but to get crushed really, really hit my soul hard. Yeah, that was a tough one for me.
Yeah, just to go back to, because I'm looking at the county by county results in Pennsylvania, it looks like she is in the county that Scranton is in, which is Joe Biden's hometown. She is with 99% reporting. She's up a half a percentage point, and Biden won it by 4. It looks like in 2020.
That's his home area.
Yeah, so
she'll win California. That's all that matters.
Well, and the thing is too is about this, what I'm looking at and what I'm seeing is that a lot of these areas that still need to be reported in Pennsylvania are urban centers and mail-in ballots, which heavily favor Democrats. But I don't know. I mean, this is I have had the unfortunate reality of living through 3 presidential elections that I can remember, and all 3 of them have been disgustingly close and very very scary every single time. But where does what I wonder too is like, and this might be an autopsy like kind of episode, but what did he do? Like all the mistakes he made personally along the way on the campaign, w- how do they not sway people? It's so confusing sometimes to me, the like American electorate. It's very scary sometimes, and it doesn't make any sense to me statistically how some of these things end up playing out the way that they do. But yeah, this is like I'm a little flabbergasted by how close this race is, even though we said it was going to be.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just, as we see some of this the results come in, I think it is. Yeah, I just, we chatted a little bit earlier before you got on, Julius, that I ended up being a write-in. I couldn't get myself on either side of this. So, but kind of, it's a interesting space to be in to watch these results because it's
Yeah,
neither my guy or my gal.
yeah,
I don't feel strongly, and so it's just I'm a little surprised watching it come in.
yeah,
Some of the results come in. Um, as quickly and as strongly as they are. I wish
yeah,
Minnesota's would come in, but as John Rouleau shared, um, we'd rather them be right
yeah,
than fast. So
yeah,
we'll take it as it comes. I did just see the AP has officially called North Carolina for Trump. So
yeah.
Michael can be rest assured that my early call was not
It
in
was
vain.
correct.
But it's especially here in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I'm very anxious to see what comes. And as you mentioned, and I'm excited to chat with you too, as we do see some of that postmortem, because
Yeah,
um, I think one thing that has been surprising is some of the different margins that Trump has picked up with minority votes. I think that we've seen a lot more. The margins go more towards Trump than
right.
Harris. Versus what Biden got last time around. I saw in particular in Florida with the
Yeah,
Latino vote. I
yeah,
think is was a big win for Trump. Something we've been seeing coming out of Wisconsin with the black vote as well. I think that's going to be. Um, it still continues to shock me to see
yeah,
um, Trump pick up some of these minority coalitions in a way that I didn't anticipate.
yeah.
Um, and so that's going to be really interesting to see the breakdown of that. Michael, in case you had your headphones off, the AP did officially call North Carolina for Trump. But I think the most interesting thing that I wanted to share and make sure we were all here is that the New York Times Needle now has Minnesota as a toss up. It's been
Uh,
leaning D. It just is now a toss up. So we do officially have just under 25% of the vote in.
oh,
Obviously, it is not a lot of the Minneapolis and St. Paul, and so
yeah,
we can't really glean a whole lot of information there because currently it has Trump up by 24%. But when we're looking at some of the state house races, there aren't a lot of results coming in. But one that, I'm just going to give it my AP call. We're going to call it the BS call, which is not the best initials to use for that because also stands for bullshit. But in 18A was one a race that the Democrats really was hoping to hold on to for Jeff Brand. And it is looking right now with 98% or 97% of the vote in. Looks like the opponent, Erica Schwartz, the Republican, is up by about 3% in that. I don't know that with the remaining 3% there that Brand can hold on to that seat. So that is one of the battleground seats that could be telling of a flip for the Minnesota House. Now, I personally, and hey, Julius, I'm interested in your take on this because we've chatted a lot over the last couple of days. Um, about Minnesota split ticket voters.
Yeah.
I personally was thinking that with the case of Donald Trump and Royce White at the top of the ticket, that it would actually bode well for Republicans down ballot, because I do think that there are some people that went to the ballots and voted for Harris, that voted for Klobuchar, but wanted to swing back and give some votes and some kudos to the Republicans there. Do you have any insider intel of how you thought the House was going to fall here and what that looked like for split ticket voters?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that it's like the trifecta is a very slim one. It's like one seat in the Senate. SD 45 obviously is like a huge one right now, and then I don't know how many seats they needed in the House to pick up, but I really I think I maybe had a little bit of an opposite opinion of yours, that like I think maybe, and I'd have to say, I don't take this with a grain of salt, but I thought that split ticket voting even in Minnesota was starting to become less frequent, and so maybe it wasn't going to be um like such a close, or it wouldn't be like people would go to one and then go to the other, but they would just kind
Mhm.
of go straight down because things are becoming more hyper partisan. But I mean, Amy won, as I think I've seen, and I haven't looked at any of the House races, but um, yeah, I'd be interested to see if the Republicans are able to take one or two even of the chambers based off of the margin. And I don't know that that's necessarily like a good indicator of maybe like where things are at in Minnesota. I think that um it's so slim either way. It could be, Republicans win it by one seat and then we're back in the same situation. Um so I think as you were talking about the split ticket thing, it's got me really interested actually to see what that is going to look like afterwards. And kind of, did how badly did Royce White underperform, or did he overperform what we thought he was, and what were the like kind of down ballot effects of that. So I have to look more into it, but like, I mean, it's just such a crazy like situation that we're in here in Minnesota, that we might potentially be a toss up according to New York Times, which I don't think is the case. But I know we had conversations about how like it might have been 3 points, it might have been 8 points. So I think this is like a big reality check for kind of where we're at. Oh, you might be muted, Michael.
Well, no.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Technical
Doing
difficulties.
doing a long stream. It was only gonna happen at some point, right?
I While he is working on that, and just keep chiming in, we'll let you know when we hear you. Um, I do have my lovely uh, iPad up here, and so I am watching results as they come in. Ooh, we just got a good chunk coming in. We're just shy of 40% of precincts reporting, so that's really exciting. So I'm going to stop what I was saying and change real quick. So with just shy of 40% of precincts recording, can we hear you? Can you chat? No. Um, Harris and Walls are in the lead now with 55% versus 42%. So that is a big chunk that has swung. Klobuchar is now up by 24%,
There you
which is a
go.
little bit more in line with what we're talking about.
Yeah.
CD2, whoa, big swing here. Now this is I'm not analyzing the districts or the counties that are in. There are certainly some very blue counties, so I don't expect this margin to stay. But there are 63.5% of precincts in CD2 reporting, and Craig is up just by about 19 points there right now.
Yeah.
I do think that Craig, am anticipating that she will come out on top, but I
Yeah.
expect that margin to slim down quite a bit.
For sure.
CD3 now has 85% in. Whoa, big swings coming in right now. And Kelly Morrison is up by 19 points there. So that is pretty definitive for that. I have been watching the special districts. Woo! We officially have 100% of CD or of Senate District 45.
Great.
I am going to see
This
Michael.
is Michael.
Perfect. You're here just
Thank
in
you.
time. I'm just analyzing this new huge swing we
Let's
got
hear it.
of
Let's
of
go.
of
Talk to me.
Secretary of State. We'll come back to CD2, CD3, presidential and Senate. Officially 100% coming in for Senate District 45. Ann Johnson Stewart has won that by just about 5% points there in Senate District 45. So Democrats will maintain the majority in
Yes.
the Minnesota Senate.
There we go. Minnesota DFL getting it done.
There you go.
Love to see it. Love to see it. That one was a contentious one, so I'm honestly a little shocked that that was the margin of victory there. I thought it would be exponentially closer. But yeah, this is
Holy-
interesting.
So what came in?
A lot. So going back, I'll come back to the House seat. So we have in CD2, we have 64% of the vote in. I'm guessing that this is, I'm guessing a good chunk of Dakota County came in because we saw big swings for president, and in CD2, Craig is up by 19 points right now. I expect that margin does not maintain. And so, but that is with 64%.
I'm sorry. What did you just say?
With 64% of precincts in for CD2, Angie Craig is up by about 19%. Now,
19? Okay.
yes, but that would lead me to believe that Dakota County is what came in.
Yeah.
How dare
So,
you sully the bad reputation of Dakota County?
well, that's her bread and butter. In CD3, we have 85% in. Kelly Morrison is up by also 19%. AP just called Omar the winner for CD5, breaking shocker.
I definitely didn't vote for her.
Royce White got beaten like a drum.
Yeah. So
I
so
hope
right
that-
now with just 40% in, Royce White is losing by 24%. Still lots to come in there. I'm going to click through my, again, 18A. It looks like we have a Republican that is going to be taking over that seat. A lot of the greater Minnesota targeted districts are still 0% in. So I'll continue my refreshing. We'll get another drop here soon.
If
So
I
the
could,
race, so the race for president in Minnesota, Harris is at 55%, Trump is at 42.
Yes.
Ooh.
So that was a flip. So again, I think a lot of the I don't have my counties up. I can't have my 27 tabs and my county breakdown. Sorry.
Maybe next time.
one thing I want to, zooming out just a little bit. The Harris, we just got a thing from the Harris campaign. I'm seeing just some screenshots of it, of what they're sending out to staffers about the state of the race currently.
Yeah, I mean, I think that again, and we're not going to engage in election denialism here. But I think that, obviously there's still some opportunities, but it's going to be a long fight. Here's what I think is interesting. I think that we all accept that it's going to be a long slog.
Yep.
But people don't.
Yeah.
This is going to be a battle. Lives are going to be lost. Some of us, this is just going to take a long time. And I think sometimes people get really, really impatient.
What I am curious about on a larger scope too is, Trump has actually not, from what I've seen today, not done a lot of election denialism. He did say something about cheating in Philadelphia, but he hasn't really done too much of they're cheating, they're stealing the election. So I wonder kind of where they are internally. But yeah, man, this Senate District 45 race is really interesting. And just looking at some of these.
So can I ask for a second? Before I left to take a restroom break and go to the lavatory, the New York Times was saying this state was a toss-up. I come back, which I think is just a few minutes, and it's a swing. Let's talk about that for a second. Where does that come from? What is the New York Times reading versus because those two things can't work in the same plane, right? You're muted, Becky.
I think what likely comes from that is, they're looking at some key districts. I am seeing Aaron Booth just tweeted again that turnout in Hennepin County is significantly down. Those are things that I believe that folks at the New York Times, they, just like everybody else, they have their precincts they're looking at, they have their counties they're looking for those margins. I'm seeing that some folks are saying that Johnson in the special SD 45 underperformed what they anticipated her to get there. So they're looking at those kind of things to see what the margins and the likelihood in the presidential race are. The New York Times does have the ticker back in Minnesota as a lean D. But again, they're only so much that they can analyze. And so again, it's those precincts, it's those counties, it's the turnout, they're trying to analyze all sorts of things, and it's an ever evolving moving needle. Quite literally, it's a needle. It's going to move.
Just as an example of what you did with North Carolina.
Well,
Were
did you
ca-
also hear that the AP has officially called North Carolina?
I'm talking about when you called it earlier, I had to pull it back.
Well, I'm just psychic, okay?
I'm just joking. Yes. Let me ask you something. If you were at the New York Times, what would you rather have? Let me ask your perspective on this. You obviously have, just like John, and to some degree, Julius, you have some experience in understanding polls, how information is flowing in, how data is coming in. If you were at these news outlets, what would you be doing in terms of, because from my vantage point, just from when I went to the laboratory and came back, I think that the New York Times made a bad call in saying that it was a toss-up state, just based on the data. Do you think there was? And what would you be doing in this if you were manning a news desk for like the New York Times or like that needle? If you got to move the needle, what would you be doing right now?
I don't think it's a call that they make. I think it is based on data. I think that they have the really smart, fancy people putting together the information that, it's probably a lot fancier than the spreadsheets I've used in war rooms. But in my experience, I've had a spreadsheet that has all of the formulas pre-populated, and you literally have your dozen or however many precincts that you're looking at, and you type in the literal numbers, and it shows you what your likelihood is, and it's giving you that information right there. So I don't think that they're looking at it and saying, I'm gonna say toss up now. I think that their data from what they had at that given moment said toss up, and then they got some Hennepin County or some Dakota County, and that showed and flipped that otherwise relatively quickly. I think you have to lean on the data. I think that that's their job, is to not make calls based on opinions and just what they're seeing or feeling or vibes or tweets or whatever. I think that they are going strictly off the data. And if right now they're seeing Democrats underperforming in Minnesota for some House seats and the special in the Senate and across some counties, that's probably what their data showed at that time. And then Hennepin County came in and they feel better about it.
Yep. It's interesting right now, Becky. Where did we have?
Ooh,
where did
more
you
dropped.
Lead the way?
Sorry, every 10 minutes. We're at 10:39.
By the way, thanks to John Rouleau for that.
I expected to be asleep. I typically am well asleep by this point, and so I'm getting a little squirrely, and I apologize. We are at 45% in, and it is Harris is up by 10 points right now with that 45% in. Klobuchar is up by 21. We are seeing Craig even out a little bit, but still a pretty wide margin for 85% in, and she's up by 15 points. So that's
give our listeners, you have some experience down in the 2nd Congressional District. Where would that margin be historically?
I would guess that probably Rice County, some of the more rural parts of CD2, which tends to be historically where data is slower to come in. There are some very small precincts in the middle of nowhere, Minnesota, God's country, love it. But there are some places that just tend to be slower in getting their results in. So it's, we saw Northfield come in really quickly. We saw Dakota County coming in. Those are the strongholds where they have big population centers that lean blue. So while I still expect Craig to get this. If I did not have it in my bingo card for her to win by double digits, so that would be a shock. But 85% is in, so I'm sure we'll continue to get more of a drop. But I guess I probably wouldn't be surprised with her winning at this point by 50,000 if that wasn't called for her sooner than later.
And where do you think when all the dust settles, where do you think it'll end up?
I mean, I think heading into today, I had it probably closer to the 5 points that she would win by. But I really thought it was, I'm not expecting it to be much more than 5. But this is a 50,000 votes is a lot to come back from.
Yeah. And there's in from your take and from looking at the data, there's just not enough math. There's not enough. TARAB would have to run the table,
Right.
and win a disproportionate amount of the remaining vote to close that gap. Correct.
Correct.
This would be the largest margin of victory.
Correct.
In the 2nd congressional district by Craig.
Does that, and well, here's a question too, because I'm always actually quite flabbergasted by how much money they spend in the 2nd, considering she has won, this will be 4 times in a row, all things considered. I always find it odd and fascinating that after Tyler Kistner lost this first race he ran, that they kept spending money in that district. It just seems like it's not as purple as people make it out to seem. And maybe that's just because Angie's a particularly good candidate and has seen the writing on the wall early and distanced herself from Biden. But I am just actually quite flabbergasted that always ends up being a race that Republicans spend a ton of money in and Democrats always have to waste resources in my personal opinion.
I think it's the candidate, not the district. I think that Angie Craig does a really good job being one of the most bipartisan centrist members. And I think that if there was another Democrat there, it would not be that case because it is, there's, a couple counties in the district that Trump won in 16 and 20 by 20 points. It's very significant red chunks of the district.
Yeah.
And so, as we talked about before, there are certainly some of the issues with the infighting on the Republican side, not voting well for Joe TARAB and his side of things. But yeah, man.
Can I ask, what does this mean? So we're seeing right now that Trump is doing very well nationally. That Trump is in a position. He's in the driver's seat right now. I understand that the election it's going to be a flip of a coin. There's a lot of things that happen, but I think the Harris Walz campaign has no margin for error right now. And so if this trend continues, there's going to be, and Becky, please correct me if I'm wrong. It is very likely that if the trend lines hold today, that Donald Trump wins the presidency, there's a Republican Senate and possibly a Republican House. Correct? Am I correct in saying that?
Mm-hmm.
And none of that will extend into Minnesota. So on a night where Republicans are doing well nationally, that may not extend into Minnesota. Because one of the measuring sticks that I heard from people is they needed Trump to win. They needed the Trump margin to be somewhere, and I think I had said that, but also others, that they needed around 5 points. So anything less than 5 points is what they need. And right now they don't have that. And so there's a possibility that there are Republican victories in other parts of the country and nationally, and they don't apply here in Minnesota. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
Because right now we're looking at a presidential race that's 10 points. And I think, Becky, you and I had thought somewhere around, I think I had said somewhere, I didn't think it was 8, but I thought it was around 6. I mean, I thought it was somewhere around 6 to 7. I think Republicans needed it to be under 5. So then they have a chance. But when you have the current race, we have 45% of the ballot in, 45% of the results in. Harris has roughly a 10-point lead in the state. The Republican candidate for the United States Senate is losing by 21 points. It's difficult for Republicans to win in this state with that headwind at the top of the ticket. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but it is. Something's got to change.
What are you seeing from a legislative standpoint?
Results are really slow. We're not seeing anything come in from a legislative. I mean, I'm only watching.
Becky, I don't want to discuss it on air, but are you serious?
What?
What you just sent me on? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I've
said it before, and I'll say it again. Democracy simply doesn't work.
It's just, I can only laugh. I'm only looking at the targeted House seats, so I'm not looking at any of the margins across the board for legislative seats at all. And we only have that one that I talked about that flipped to the Republican with results in. We're going to get another batch in here soon, and then we'll go from there.
One of the worst case scenarios that was discussed with me of the biggest concern was Trump wins nationally. And there were a couple concerns I had from some Republicans because they know that the midterm is going to be bad. So the worst case scenario is from some Republicans that I know, which was Harris wins this state by a wide margin. Trump wins nationally. Because then you're going to have, if Trump wins, then you're going to have a midterm in 2 years, and then folks are going to get boxed out because the midterm is not a good year. And so again, just kind of thinking at this from if I'm a Republican in Minnesota and wanting to see the Republicans succeed, not a lot. I didn't push back on me, but there's not a lot that I think you can be positive about right now. And please push back at me if you think I'm wrong. I'm just trying to look for as someone who wants there to be a vibrant two-party system. It appears right now that the Democrats are going to keep control. They have kept control of the state Senate, so that's one place that's there. Now it's going to come down to the House, and I don't know that we have enough data yet but I'm going to be hard. I need someone to explain to me who's smarter than me. And Becky, it may be you. It certainly isn't Julius, but I need someone to explain to me how Republicans pick up legislative seats with the margin being 10 plus and Royce White losing by 21 points. Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm a little distracted by my refreshing of the Secretary of State's website at the moment.
Well, I think,
but it's going to be tough.
So now we have new results in Secretary of State's.
Yeah.
So what you want to go through those? We have new results, Secretary of State.
But not a ton.
Well, Harris is up by 7 now.
Yeah.
So Harris is up by 7.
My math is about 9.
Oh yeah, shoot. I'm sorry. Yeah, not 9. Sorry, I was told there would be no math.
Craig is so just about 4 more % came in. Craig is still up by about 14.
Wow,
just shy of 14.
That is wow.
Yeah, I mean at this point, getting that under to single digits is, I don't know. CD3 no change, and I'm gonna go through my 10 or so election results. So it is official that 18A 100% of the votes in does flip to a Republican. So I'm going to stop watching that one. I got too many tabs open, you guys.
But you're doing a great job.
Well, thank you.
By the way, on a national level, CNN has just called Ohio's Senate race for Bernie Moreno, meaning Sherrod Brown has lost, and
Wow.
Republicans will take control of the Senate. It looks like.
Wow. They said stand by for CNN projection. So that is also coming. Wow. Baldwin is also down in Wisconsin.
Yep, she is down with 70% reporting. It looks like.
So
This is not looking good now. Now I'm going into panic mode a little bit, folks.
well, I mean, let me. I think if I may just lean into Becky and I for just a second. Becky, this is not good. I mean, help me understand this. So we have a situation here today where Republicans are winning all across the country, but not in Minnesota.
Right.
The only opportunity may be picking up the Minnesota House.
But I don't think this is uncommon. If you remember, we chatted about this recently with Senator Benson and John Rouleau in hold on, what's his projection? Man, they get me every time. Washington went for Harris. In 2010, that we lost every single constitutional office. Republicans did, and took back the Senate for the first time in almost 40 years and won the state house. I think this is where Minnesotans split ticket vote. And I really think that the single party control of the Democrats and the far reaching policies that they, we don't need to get into policies. That's not what we're here. That's not what we're here to do right now. But I do think that came back and I do think voters remembered. And I think that the HRCC did a good job of reminding them. I think Minnesota Jobs Coalition and some outside groups did a good job of reminding them. And, despite the gas prices looking great for the last week, gotta love that, how that happens always right before an election. Not saying that is shady at all. But I do think that is something that's not super uncommon here in Minnesota for split ticket voters to do. I think it's shocking. I think it's something that makes Minnesota continue to be unique. But I don't think it's too wild and crazy.
What I'm trying to figure out here is that so there is a distinct possibility that so you're still holding out hope based on the results that Republicans will win control of the Minnesota legislature.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Okay.
Where Republicans are at 49 Senate seats, U.S. Senate seats, with 11 to go. So it's very likely that Republicans have majority in the U.S. Senate. Love that.
No. Becky, no. This is I am shocked quite a bit. I am very shocked. I cannot express my shock for what's happening right now.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just
What will it mean? What will it mean? So what map this out for me. So Trump wins the presidency, doesn't win Minnesota. We lose the US Senate. We don't pick up any congressional races. This is a head scratch. So Becky, go back to your split ticket thing.
Yeah.
Your split ticket theory is right now is that so Republicans have taken control of the United States Senate.
Well, is that official?
Last
I saw but yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any way Republicans don't take the Senate here. This is crazy.
Also, with 100% of the precincts in, another flip in the Minnesota House, Brad Tapke lost his seat to Republican Aaron Paul by about 3 points.
Good.
By the way, the Associated Press has finally called Klobuchar. They
I
called
just
it a
saw
10
that.
I thought that was
Sorry,
this is
sometimes Twitter, they just called, the AP just called for Angie Craig.
Nice.
The Twitter just cracks me up sometimes.
was
Fun,
so they just
funny
called
people out there.
So, Becky, with your so I live in the second district, but you've had working experience in this in working in the second. That is probably that's a big surprise.
The margin for sure. Yeah, that's yeah. I will say she definitely had a lot of outside money, and a lot of money herself, significantly more than Joe Rob. TV is really expensive. She had
Yeah.
a lot of ads. She ran now. She got 2 Fs on the truth test, so take that for what it's worth. But she had a lot of ads and she spent a lot of money behind those ads. And I got them up here in Fridley quite often. And some of them were really good. She was endorsed. She had her police one, she had good abortion ones. Um, I don't think it was. I mean, I expected her to win, despite thinking that J-Rab worked really hard and really well in that district. But I did not see that margin.
Yeah.
That is probably. I had said that I thought she would win, but you and I did not predict it to be and I think that's really it's really that is probably the most surprising thing so far tonight, because where we're at is from an election standpoint is and I think we were pretty fair in going through this, Becky. We had thought, and just run through this again, Republicans would take control of the United States Senate, which it appears that they may have done, or they're on track to do that. We're now in a situation where Harris is going to likely win the state, but the Angie Craig number is just really significant.
Does that mean then, and you guys tell me because you're on the Republican side, is there a reorientation?
Let's slow down a little bit.
Is there a reorientation of like what Republicans do in this state going forward, at least in the second congressional? I mean, my thought is, okay, Tyler Kistner came close, then he started to drop the next 2 you ran against her. Joe Rab, I thought actually was a decent candidate. He got a little too Trumpy at the end there. But like, if they can't take her down, and I think they're generally good candidates, do they then reorient and just like say, okay, this isn't a swing district anymore? I mean, what would you, like Becky, I know you worked for Jason Lewis. Like, what do you get from this? I mean, Angie Craig seems to be unbeatable at this point. I just don't think that there's anyone, even the most perfect candidate, can beat her at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be. I think that the inter-party politics is certainly plays a big role there, and it's going to be something that I think the HR or the RNC and the NRCC are going to have to look at going forward, because it just is really to the detriment of
Yeah.
what little ground game and infrastructure Republicans had there,
Yeah.
was not able to work on behalf of Joe Rab. And so there's a lot of different dynamics there, but I would be surprised if Washington comes in for this seat next cycle, unless I don't know who the perfect candidate would be, but it would. It's probably gone for a little bit, I would say.
Yeah.
Can I speak to that for a second?
Yeah.
I had a conversation with someone just this past few days where I made that exact point. That I thought that the second district was gone for a very long time. And here's why. Let me tell you something, folks. One message that is clear in Minnesota is that Donald Trump is radioactive.
Yeah.
That Donald Trump does not help. And the One thing I will say that is quite frustrating is there was some messaging coming out from Tayrab's campaign in the last week or so. They were defending Madison Square Garden. They were talking about that rally. They were messaging on it. It was completely and utterly preposterous. And Republicans, for some reason, and we can talk about this more. I don't want to pour salt in anyone's wound, but one of the challenges here is I go back to a position that I've held, which is Trump helpful to Republicans in this state? And I don't see that there's any evidence of that. Now, one thing that Becky and I have discussed is the arrival of Tim Walz to the ticket may have energized Republicans in some way. But the bottom line is there are wins going on all across the country, and they're not metastasizing and developing here in the state of Minnesota. And so very much like 2006, where there was a blue wave that swept across the country, and the Republican Party of Minnesota was able to stand up and say, we got Tim Walz, we got Tim Pawlenty across the finish line. There's not a lot of prospects. I don't know, aside from potentially winning some seats in the House of Representatives and maybe flipping control of the House, there's not a lot that I'm looking to try to figure out what Republicans in this state can feel good about based on tonight's election results. Is that fair to say, Becky, or not?
I mean, if we take back the House, we have at least that to feel good about.
And that's fair. That's absolutely fair.
Yeah.
If
They
that
just
happens.
called it for Tom Emmer, in case anybody was worried about CD6.
I don't think anyone was, but so to answer a little bit of the bald guy's question is like,
well, you're getting really comfortable with that.
is when you have Royce White and Walter Hudson leading the charge in terms of outreach to statewide voters, probably not. I think even if you take the House, I don't know that there's a ton of things to be excited about, because then Walz comes back if he loses, and still has at least one of the chambers in the Senate. So, by the way, that CNN just called Virginia for Harris.
Wow.
Pennsylvania with 84% is a 4-point difference, 3 points.
They just called the Senate for Republicans, but Decision Desk has Democrats with a 62% chance of getting the U.S. House.
What is going on tonight?
Guys, this is probably the most ridiculous election. Wait, okay.
Did I just what did you just say?
Oh, that's funny.
Becky, I'm sorry. What did you just say?
That officially the AP has called the U.S. Senate to be in Republican control, but that the U.S. House is Democrats have a 62% chance to win control of the U.S. House.
Have you been drinking? I don't. Can one of you two look? I'm not that smart. Can one of you two explain to me what's going on? Please.
No.
Okay. Well, maybe Becky is right about the split ticket voting. I mean, it has to be, right? Like, how do you get Senate control for Republicans, and in these same states you then are suggesting that Democrats are probably going to win a majority of seats? I mean, don't you think, on a hyper-local level, don't you think those trend lines would be the same?
The wildness to me right now is the flipping, right?
Yeah.
It's that the White House flips, the Senate flips, the House flips, the Minnesota House flips.
Yes.
It's
You're
not
spot
just
on.
the control.
Yeah.
It's the flipping of control.
Yeah.
People are pissed. I mean, my ultimate analysis of the day is voters are freaking pissed with the path that this country is going on. And I feel like they're just kind of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Let's just change them all out and see if it works.
Yeah.
You just figured it out. That's what I mean. That's
I
honestly.
feel like I'm like taking crazy pills right now. Like this is
But
wild.
but you've just figured it out. That's exactly what's happened. Am I not right? I mean, they've just said we're just going to change. We're so unhappy. We're going to change everything. That's literally what I mean. You've just see. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Yeah. Speaking
That's
of getting
what's
paid the big bucks, if anyone wants to pay us big bucks for a podcast, we happily oblige.
yes. Yes,
We
we
are 2
would.
minutes away from a new drop in Minnesota. Get excited.
Let's give it at
And
least
I
another half
probably
hour.
got yeah, I probably
We got-
only got a half hour left in me, and
all
then I
right.
got
Let's
a
let's
tab.
give it. Let's give it another. Let's do this and let's see what happens here. Okay, so Becky, go back to that because I think you've hit on something that's really good. So you've been leading. You have been the one that has been talking about these split tickets. So if we go back to our back episodes, it's the split ticket, it's the split ticket, it's the split ticket, and so that's borne itself out here. And now you've just looked at this and you just explained this and said that we have people that we've lost. So as it stands right now, please correct me if I'm wrong. The partisan control of the White House will flip. Partisan control of the House may flip, and the Senate may flip. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And we lost Julius. And that is simply just unbelievable.
Absolutely unbelievable. And I really just think that's all it comes down to is people are really frustrated, and rightly so. I think the hard thing is I don't think things get better when with all of this flipping. But maybe it's uh, a sign for these members to. I don't know. I don't want to be overly optimistic. I think as we talked about it with Joel Walsh, regardless of who wins, we're in for a reckoning of what voters and um, candidates think that means. And I I don't even know. I just it's just I'm
Isn't this a
such
head
at a
scratcher?
loss right now because we're seeing Harris outperform Biden. We're seeing Trump outperform, we're seeing all of these different things. I just see a tweet right now that says Harris is going to win New Jersey, but Biden won the state by 16 points, and Harris is expected to win by less than 7. But then we see her overperforming in other areas. I don't know if it's the late hour or a mixture of things, but this is a more head scratching results across the board than I anticipated.
One thing I want to go back to too that I think maybe is what we're all like, what is getting us really confused, and is a head scratcher, is like 2020 was such an odd year. Like it threw off voter trends in ways that we hadn't seen before in other elections. But also, like, to Becky's point she was making earlier about Trump picking up with Hispanics and Trump picking up with black men and some of the minorities that have been going to him. I mean, we're seeing like a really, really big demographic shift that has been like Michael said, metastasizing, you know, for a while, which is the Democratic Party is becoming more white, more educated, and Republicans are showing that they are becoming more working class, more minority based party. And I don't think that this race is over yet. I think there's still some optimism in terms of where some of the swing states are and what votes need to come in. But if Harris squeaks this one out and or Trump squeaks it out, either way it goes, there has to be a really, really big conversation within both parties about how, for Democrats, how are we going to get back our base, which is going away from us, it looks like. And for Republicans to say, how can we stop that from happening and how can we make this our new base? And I think some of the things we saw, sorry, and I'll finish with this, is like the RNC when JD Vance was speaking and they were talking about unions, that to me was the first time I was like, is this a DNC like convention? Are we what is it with all this working class and getting union presidents to come up and speak? I mean, so like I think this is really what's throwing this off. Like I said earlier, is like this identity shift, especially in these swing states between parties and who's voting for who and what party now is really probably what's making this so difficult to understand why this race is so ridiculously close and why
Mhm.
things are going the way they are. I mean, this is crazy.
Um, Julius, on Monday, we had the opportunity to talk to former Congressman Joe Walsh, who is one of
Yeah,
the part of the Republicans for Harris now, and he wrote a really good op-ed that you should
yeah,
go see because it talks. You're exactly right, and I think it's something that, unfortunately, Democrats I think have taken a lot of these groups
for sure.
for granted that they're just he talked about this in his op-ed, and I think this is what we're seeing tonight is that they just thought they could run on Trump being such a colossal disaster.
Right.
And while that might be true, Trump still made inroads with some of those folks
Yep.
who um, felt disadvantaged or felt taken for granted, who felt
Yep.
like, the West Coast elite of the Democratic Party no longer represents them. They're not
Yep.
the farmer labor union, like and I will give credit because I do think that the DFL here in Minnesota has done things differently. But I think
Yeah.
as we see nationally, I don't think that that's something that we have seen as much. And I think that
Yeah.
that's something that the Trump and the RNC has really tried to buy into and play
Yep.
into is, this has been Trump's thing all along, right? Is the low propensity voter is we saw this in
Yeah.
16 is his ability to get out voters who don't typically vote and participate and speak to
Yep.
these folks who just really didn't give a flying F before, right?
Yeah.
And he has
Hey,
that ability to do that,
Yeah.
and has maintained his campaign's work and goal of that. Um, and I think that that's something that, I mean, don't get me wrong, I still identify as a Republican, but the Republicans have a lot of work to do as well.
For sure.
But it
In this
is
state, especially.
definitely something that the Democrats need to figure out,
Yeah. And
because
fast.
yeah, and because I mean, like we talked about, I the some of the different margins of Trump picking up 10%
Yeah.
of Latino votes or Hispanic votes or Black votes in some of these states over um, what what Harris is getting versus what Biden got
Yeah.
um, is not something I really saw as being that big of a swing. Did I think he was going to pick up some? Sure, but some of the margins are significantly wider than I expected.
Yeah. And
um,
and oh, sorry, go
go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna finish too with saying, like, just adding on to what you're saying. I mean, I remember coming on a couple weeks ago and being really skeptical of the Trump low propensity outreach that they were doing and that it was actually going to make a difference. And I think that again, like what you're saying is Democrats have taken advantage. We didn't do well in getting people engaged this election. And I think another part of that is going to be the question is if Kamala still loses, which I think is still a big if, but it's looking grimmer as we go, is did two things. Should Joe Biden have dropped out right after that debate and given her more time? And two, looking back at Democratic Party messaging, not only in this state, but in all of the states, is why did we keep trying to convince people that something was good that they did not feel was good? Because I think what really, 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 as I started seeing exit polls was like a lot of these states, the number one voting issue was the economy. And Biden spent a better half of a year telling people that the economy was better than it was, and they were saying, no, it's not. So the problem, and I have said this multiple times before, I think on the podcast and on Twitter and all these other things, is like we cannot tell people that they are wrong. They feel it. They don't care. If you tell them they're wrong, oh well, they're going to still disagree with you. I could show them all the economic numbers that says we are better than we were a couple of years ago, and if they don't feel it, it doesn't matter to them. And what my party has failed at doing is shifting the messaging to not say hey, we're actually in a good spot. It was too late of a shift to say, hey, this is what we're going to do to make it better, so that you can feel the tangible differences in the economy. And so, like, again, I mean, a lot of these counties in these swing states are the outstanding votes in Pennsylvania and Michigan. In Wisconsin are Milwaukee, are Detroit, are Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And so there's still a lot of time and a lot of votes to be counted, and she really isn't underperforming that poorly in the suburbs, and is actually mostly keeping pace with Joe Biden. But I think, yeah, like I said, that we're going to have a serious conversation after this election is done about why we're losing to Republicans the way that we are, especially someone who, just a couple weeks ago had a rally where he called Puerto Rico trash, or his supporters did. So, I mean, this is just it's so mind-boggling. It really is.
I am with you. We are due for another Secretary of State update soon. There's very little in from, or nothing in from Anoka County or Ramsey County yet, which is a little surprising. So I expect those to be in soon. Representative Bernie Perryman, a Republican from St. Cloud, has secured her next term. So that is good news for Republicans. There is in 14B, another St. Cloud seat. Sue Eck has defeated the challenger to Dan Wolgamott by 4 votes. That is going to most certainly be a recount there. It looks like there were 55 write-ins there. But it is looking more and more like Republicans will flip the Minnesota House. So let's see what this next drop shows us. Also, they called CD1 for Brad Finstead. Betty McCollum's race is the only one I believe that we haven't seen called yet. Oh, and 3, but that is looking very confidently to be Kelly Morrison.
Becky, what congressional district are you in?
I am in Omar's district.
Okay. I want to share just a bit of news under the radar screen that I can now disclose for the first time. This will be on the live stream, and it will be there for posterity. Rick Stidger lost his race for mayor of Elko Newmarket. He lost by he lost by, it appears to be 92 votes. And I want to point out to our listeners that I absolutely had something to do with that. And maybe on a future episode, I'll talk about it. But I want to point out that in this particular instance, democracy did work. And thankfully, Rick Stidger, a man who threatened me and my family, was not rewarded tonight with an election certificate as the mayor of Elko Newmark. Rich, if you're listening, yes, it was fun. So
here's sorry, I was just gonna say, I'm looking right now to see.
God, that feels good, man.
There you go. Clip that and put it on TikTok. You're the king of TikTok now.
Yeah.
Nisswa is what's her name? Is Jennifer Carnahan winning?
Yep. We're gonna just move on from that, okay? Yep. We're just going to keep moving along. Let's right. We're going to go So local elections, I just want to point out that thankfully in that particular area, Elko Newmarket did come through. There was 129 write-in votes. And so all politics is local, and this guy still has a few things he knows how to do.
I will say my last secretary. It just updated. It was a couple minutes late. We got another 4% in. We're at about 58%. Harris is up by just under 5. Klobuchar is up by 16. Let's see. Nothing new.
It makes a bit more sense.
Nothing new in CD3.
So I think we're going to give this another 10 minutes. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Yeah. Another 10 minutes or so. We'll stick with this because I don't know that democracy will be any closer. Becky, but we've been doing this for 3 hours and 47 minutes, and
we are crazy people.
And I have to tell you, I've had a blast. And before I forget, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to Senator Benson for coming on. Thank you to John Rillo for coming on and talking about stuff. Thank you to Julius. But Becky, thank you for putting up with this and staying up well past your bedtime.
You know, it was all worth it. I've had so much fun. I did not think I was going to have the energy for it, but if I wasn't doing this, I'd just be sitting scrolling on Twitter. So it has been a good outlet and very insightful.
Yes, I've learned and but before we in our final 9 minutes, you're gonna have to make sense of this for me. Can you make
Make
some
sense
sense?
of
What's
what?
going on? What's going on here?
Well, I have no idea.
And this is
It does appear so
Still
it
nothing
doesn't
from Anoka County? What the F?
so
There's so many good. There's like 3 competitive races up there.
so it's possible right now that where things are at right now is that the race for president is incredibly close, but it's trending towards Donald Trump.
yeah.
Where it's also trending is Republicans will take control or have taken control of the United States Senate. It is also very likely, based on current trends, that Democrats will win control of the U.S. House. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Locally here, Karras is winning the state, will win the state. The question is the margin. Amy Klobuchar has sailed to a 4th term. There's been no changes in the congressional delegation that we're aware of yet, although there are some still races to be called. What is on the table is what will happen with the Minnesota House. Is that fair to say? Because I'm sorry, the Minnesota Senate will remain in control of the Senate DFL. Do I have everything fair?
Yes.
And Becky, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you may have one of your 27 tabs you have. Could you give us a breakdown on kind of where the House is at? Or I don't want to put you on the spot, but you seem to have your pulse on that a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're, in some of the contested seats that we're looking at that we actually have results for, Republicans um have held on to 1 or 2 of the seats they need to hold on to. They have flipped a couple of the seats that they need to flip. It's a small margin. There is some Twitter chatter about that tap key seat, which now the results have gone down to 0, although it's still showing 15 of 15 precincts are in, but the vote counts have now gone to 0 in Scott County. So still certainly a lot to look at there. I say it looks likely that Republicans will take that House. There are a lot of seats, though, still up for grabs. I mean, we're probably about 8 to 10 seats that I've been watching, along with a couple others that were just ones they really needed to hold on to that they are. So, I mean, wilder things have happened, but it does appear, if I were to bet at this time, I do believe that looks like Republicans are going to take the House. I think we stay on for one more dump of election results here at 11:28 and see what, if anything, comes from that. But
which, by the
let's
way,
look
I want to say to John Rilla, thank you again for informing me that it's every 10 minutes, right? It's every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
God bless him for that.
Yes, it is good. Let's see. We've flipped 2 Senate seats, so there are officially, like I said, 51 U.S. Senate seats.
That's the U.S.
that are held
Senate,
by
right?
Republicans. The U.S. Senate. Yep.
Yes.
There are still 20. Let's see. We are waiting on, what's that math? 7 more seats. Trump's within 5 in here in Minnesota, though. And that's with about 58% in.
I don't want. Can you go back? What is Wolgamont's seat, Becky?
That is 14A, I believe. 14B. Hold on. That is 14B. 4 votes.
They've given the lead to Wolgamont. Wolgamont is now up by Wolgamont is now up by. Yeah, he won by like 29 votes.
Okay. It was 100% in. So that's
Yeah,
always
I saw
low.
it on Twitter. Why don't we give it a few more minutes here and then we can.
Yeah.
So we had thought that you had said, yeah, I was watching you because that was what people were saying on Twitter.
Yeah.
That it was 4 votes and then it flipped.
Yep.
So
Interesting.
I am just
Interesting.
I am just absolutely flabbergasted with what's going on today.
Yes, it
This
is.
So
This
wait a
is-
second here. So how many? So that was key for them to win the seat, right?
No, that was
needed-
just. I mean,
Republicans
they need to win what 4 seats to get the majority.
Got it. And so where are we at right now?
That is wild.
What
Yep, you're right. Nope, you're right. He's up by 30. Just under 30
what do we have here? What's going on? You know, the beauty of this is that this will be saved for all of history.
True. All right, now we start refreshing. See when we get this next up coming in.
Wow, still nothing from Anoka County.
I know.
Interesting stuff going on here.
We're going to give it a few more minutes, then we're going to shut this down. Because we don't know what's going on.
I do
Why
want
don't
to.
you give a lay of the land as to where we're at, Becky? Because you've explained this a whole lot better than I have.
Well, let me just see what comes out of this new jump, and I mean, it's just a whole lot we don't know right now. Whole lot we don't know. Let's see. Let's do a quick refresh and see if we have any new results. Okay, so we're up to 60% of the vote. We still have Harris up by about 4.5%
In Minnesota.
in Minnesota. Apparently there was a data error in 54A with Brad Tapke and Aaron
boy.
Paul that is not resolved yet, and obviously in that Wolgamont seat. So we'll see how that settles down. With 60.5%, Klobuchar is still up by 16. We got 93% in CD2, and Craig is up by just over 13%.
Wow.
CD3 is still sitting at 85%. And let me just do a quick lap through. There's an open seat in 26A. The Republican is up currently by about 7 points there. Still, that's only 86% in. A bunch of these are just sitting at 10, 15% in. I don't feel that comfortable about reading too much into those results without having any precinct information. Let's see if we got any update in that Tapke race. No, Tapke is still zeroed out. So not a whole lot to glean from that. The House is still up for grabs, very much so here in Minnesota. Obviously, as we talked about earlier, Senate District 45 was decided for Democrats. So the Senate does stay in Democrat hands here in Minnesota. the U.S. Senate flips to Republicans, and it appears likely, although not definitive yet, that the U.S. House would switch to Democrats.
Is there any way in your brain that you could have predicted that? I mean, is there any, if I would have sat on a podcast and said that to you, would you have said, Michael, you need to be institutionalized? I mean, you would have maybe, I mean, there's no way.
I mean, I guess if you really looked into it, sure, the Senate map did look good for Republicans. The House was always going to be close, but it's just for both those things to happen is what is more odd to me, right? That it's not that there's the consistency is just
Yeah.
is what cracks me up.
And
Like
this
there's
is-
no we so much talk about the blue tsunami and the red wave and
Yep.
and it's just I think this cycle more than any other we don't have that, right? In 2020
Yep.
we were expecting a red wave, it didn't come, like I just feel like each cycle we do have a surge that benefits one party more than the other
Yep.
on a decent scale, and it seems to be quite the mixed bag right now.
Yeah.
Yes, it does seem to be that way. Julius.
Yeah, I mean, this is like pretty insane stuff. I mean, if the trend lines continue, this not only are the Republicans going to take the Senate, they're going to have quite a bit of seats in the U.S. Senate, and I mean, either way it goes, it looks like whoever wins this race for president is going to go into their first year with a divided government, and I don't know that bodes well for either one of them. But I mean, looking at these Senate races right now, I mean, Hovde is up, looks like 2.2% with 82% reporting. Rogers is up 4 in Michigan with 53%, and Dave McCormick is winning right now by a point with 85% in Pennsylvania. I mean, I just don't understand. I don't understand like how this is happening. It's really the most phenomenal thing I've ever seen in American politics and or have been a part of. It's
When is the-
the
Go ahead, Becky.
Oh, I was just going to say the last thing I will say, looking at my New York Times needle here, it does currently have a 92% chance that Donald Trump is successful. Gives some estimated margins of Trump winning Arizona by 4, North Carolina 3.4, Nevada 2.6, Georgia 2.5, Michigan 2.1, Pennsylvania 1.9, and Wisconsin 1.8 has. And again, this is just estimated. Those states are not called. North Carolina is called. Georgia, by some accounts, is called. But Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin are not called yet. But that is what New York Times ticker is showing right now. We will have to wait for more information in those states. Yeah.
This has been a crazy night. We're just past 4 hours of doing this. We're going to shut down here in a minute. Becky, I just want to say thank you. This has been just a treat to do tonight. I'm so happy to have this memorialized and recorded. We can go back and look at this. This has been just a hell of a night. I'm not used to staying up this late, so I'm really curious as to what happens. And this is just going to be a crazy night. And I think we've run to the wall of what we can analyze right now. Wow. And I don't want to burn us out because maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow or the next day, we'll come back on and kind of do another live stream and just kind of say where we're at and decompress. But I think we're at a point right now where I think we're going to pause and just say, what a hell of a ride this was.
Yeah.
Nope, this was really fun. Julius, thanks for joining. Shout out to Senator Benson and John Rouleau for joining us as well. There's going to be a lot to talk about in the coming days and weeks, and I can't wait.
No people I'd rather spend this crazy election night with. No
That's
people.
so kind, Julius.
That's so
Well, we're
nice.
excited to chat with you again soon.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.